Okay, welcome. Sunday races, Irish Rowing Championships start.
In relation to the men's Club 8, please note that this is now a straight final at 8:25.
Can we get the coxes of the following crews over to weigh in, please? So NUIG, Shannon and Skibbereen for the women's intermediate 4, and the coxes please come to weigh in. So that's NUIG, Shannon and Skibbereen for the women's inter 4.
2, 1, 1.
got my poor daughter this morning.
She's in due time and with my Sarah to the finish. Try and stop the
In the sweat box. Have you got the window open? There's a breeze coming through. Oh yeah.
Buongiorno Peppino, ma stai al centro? Al centro?
Good morning, everybody, and from the commentary launch, and great morning up here at the start. And the first race of the day is about to start. That's the final that came through from the time trials yesterday afternoon. That's the men's junior 16 single scull, and I see the light flashing up there, and it should be on the way shortly. There will be a slight delay in the start of this race because the starter has just announced that there is a boat has broken down, the engine has stopped on the course, so it's now the rescue launch is on its way to remove it, so we'll maybe a couple of minutes delay. So the course is clear, the starter has gone 2 minutes, and the roll call is going to start shortly. And in this race we have in lane 1, we have Cappoquin McGrath. In lane 2 we have Rafferty at St. Michael's. We have Megan from Athlone in 3, Hurley from Clonmel in 4, Morris from Tralee in 5, and Murphy from Cappoquin in 6. And we're away. So a good clean start, nice sight, 6 scullers across the lake for me here, and good conditions. First one to show a little bit in start is Clonmel. Clonmel in Athlone now is pushing up on his bow, so you have 3 and 4 in the middle of the course, and Cappoquin here beside me is not letting him get away from him. So it's a tight race. There's about a length covering all 6 crews at the moment, but it's 3 crews out in front, lane 1 which is Cappoquin, lane 3 Athlone, and Clonmel in lane 4. St. Michael's is overlapping, he'd be next, then Tralee and the other Cappoquin sculler. So it's a great race, very little in it. As I say, everybody came through from the time trial yesterday, so there has been no previous racing, so I'm not sure whether people know each other's form in this race or not, or who's expected to win. But at the moment the crew that's stamping its authority is lane 3, which is Athlone, and that's Megan from Athlone. He's followed by Cappoquin here in lane 1, which is McGrath, and St. Michael's now is getting going, and that's Rafferty of St. Michael's. He is on the stern of the Athlone boat. So anything, as we have said many times, can happen in a sculling race. The lead can change in 20 strokes. But the Athlone Struller is a little bit of clear water, rowing very strongly, has everybody else down in his sights, looking back at them, and I'm sure going to watch for any move that's going to make. But I get a sense that as I look across that there's still more in the St. Michael Sculler. St. Michael Sculler is rowing strong and steady. While he's maybe a few feet of clear water down on the Athlone Sculler, he's certainly not letting him get away from him, and he's certainly pushing strong. A bit of a headwind out here now as we come down towards the 1,000 metre. We've just gone through 500 at this stage, and nothing has changed in the last 150 metres. So it's all steady as it goes. Athlone is out in front, followed by St. Michael's, followed by the Cappoquin Sculler here in lane 1, back to Clonmel, Tralee and Cappoquin on the far side. So good race. I thought for a while that the St. Michael's Sculler was going to push up, and he was holding his ground, but the Athlone Sculler has now pushed on a bit again, and he's opened up another few feet of clear water. So that's Megan from Athlone, followed by Rafferty from St. Michael's, and McGrath from Cappoquin. Nice conditions, nice cross headwind, so long steady strokes. So we're just coming up on the 1,000 metre mark now. The Athlone Sculler will pass through the 1,000 metre mark very shortly. He probably has the guts of a length of clear water now over Rafferty of St. Michael's, followed by Cappoquin, and then there's a battle going on between Clonmel and Tralee, the Tralee Sculler, and then it's back to the second Cappoquin Sculler. But bar a calamity, you'd have to think that the Athlone Sculler is rowing well up in front, that it's going to be difficult for Rafferty to get back at him, but as I said, you never know in sculling, but Athlone Sculler now has picked up his rate a bit. He's certainly overrating the St. Michael's Sculler, not by much, but just barely, and he's kind of opened up just a solid length of clear water over St. Michael's. But again, St. Michael's Sculler is trying very hard. You can see he's taken the initiative, he's pushing very hard, he's not letting the Megan get away from him too far. And further back the field then we have Cappoquin out here in his own. He's rowing his own race out here beside us in the commentary launch, while in the inner side there's a battle going on between Tralee and Clonmel. So as we pass the headland here, which is probably about 750 metres from the finish, it's still Athlone with a probably length and a half of clear water now over St. Michael's, followed by Cappoquin. I think the battle that's going on between Clonmel and Tralee is pushing them up to past the Cappoquin Sculler, who's out here beside us, who's doing very well. He's a bit isolated out here. He's rowing his own race out here. The other two scullers are pushing each other, but up at the front of the business end of the race, we have Athlone Megan pushing ahead from Rafferty of St. Michael's, and I think at this stage it's Clonmel that's in third position, which is that's Hurley from Clonmel, followed by I think Morris of Tralee, I think, and McGrath of Cappoquin is falling back slightly, who's out here in lane 1. So at this point I'll hand over to you, Eddie.
So coming up to 500 metres to go, it is the Athlone Sculler Megan there in lane 3, third crew from the far side. Looks to have a commanding lead here in the final of the men's junior 16 single sculls. Megan and Rafferty from St Michael's there in lane 2 seems to be the closest to him, but as Con said, barring something drastically wrong, it looks like it's Athlon's race. So again, just to clarify, on the far side it's McGrath and Capra-Quinn in lane 1, Rafferty for St Michael's lane 2, and there in the centre Megan from Athlone out ahead, Clonmel and Hurley in lane 4 there, after falling back after having a very good start. Tralee Morris from Tralee and Capra-Quinn Murphy on the near side. But up ahead, coming towards the finish in the final of the men's Junior 16 single sculls, is Athlone powering his way now to the finish, bringing up the raid. So it's Athlone from St Michael's, and the battle is on for the third position between Capra-Quinn, Clonmel and Tralee. But about 5 or 6 strokes to go, it is the Athlone sculler going to take the honours of the men's Junior 16 single sculls. What a great race there for third position. St Michael coming in second, and a great race for third. Clonmel now just taking it up again, looks to secure third position.
Thanks, Eddie. We have the final of the women's Junior 16 single between Forrester of Shandon, lane 1, Malumbi of Commercial in 2, Brennan of Graignamanagh in 3, Byrne of Offaly in 4, McCarthy of Skibbereen in 5, and Donovan of Lee Valley in 6. And as they come up to me here, Brennan of Graignamanagh is out in front, followed by the Offaly sculler, followed by Shandon here in lane 1, then Skibbereen and Lee Valley. So with out in front, rowing steadily along, lane 3, with Brennan of Graignamanagh, who is probably followed in second place by Forrester of Shandon, and then the Offaly sculler, who is Byrne from Offaly, followed by Donovan of Lee Valley. So that's the order: Graignamanagh, Shandon, Offaly, Lee Valley, Skibbereen and Commercial. 5 or 6 lengths covering the 6 crews, but no doubt who's out in front, rowing very steadily and steady rates. The no change up front. The Graignamanagh sculler is still holding probably a length and a half of clear water over Shandon, who's not making any inroads into it. The sculler that's really trying to attack a bit at the moment is Offaly. That's I think Byrne of Offaly is trying to attack and get up into that second position. And then over on the far side, you have a battle going on between Skib and Lee Valley. They're pushing each other along and dragging themselves up through the race a little bit, but they're still a long way off the leader. The leader is Graignamanagh, Brennan from Graignamanagh. Nice steady headwind here now, as they have to push out their finishes. It's good for long strokes and pushing their boat along, and certainly the Graignamanagh sculler is doing that. She's not taking a rate up, she hasn't changed the rate all the way along, she's just pushing the boat along. She doesn't have to do any more. It's her race now to lose. So we're coming with about 700 metres to go. So in the middle of the course, in lane 3 we have Graignamanagh, followed now by the Offaly. I mentioned earlier the Offaly sculler was putting in a lot of push. certainly she's trying very hard to close that gap. She has increased her tempo. You can see she's pushing. Boats it's slightly rocky. It's because this crosswind is kind of catching them slightly, so they have to be a bit cute about their technique, that they don't rock around a little bit. But clearly, the clear winner, clear leader out in front from Greg DeMana, followed very closely now, I think, shortly by the Offaly sculler, followed by Shandon out here in lane 1 beside me on the far side from the enclosure. And then there's a battle going on the enclosure side between Lee Valley, who I think now has probably moved into 4th position, followed by Skip, followed by Commercial. So I'll hand over to you, Eddie.
Coming up here with 500 metres to go. Again, it's in lane 3. Greg DeMana, Brennan looks to have taken control of the race. But on the far side, from Shandon, Forrester from Shandon looks to be making a challenge here, coming into the finish. But in the centre, it is Greg DeMana, Brennan. This is the final of the women's Junior 16 single sculls. Field spread out a bit. Greg DeMana has pushed ahead. Forrester on the far side said to bring up her rate now, looking to make it. Can she make inroads into this lead? Might be a little bit too late, but she is moving, she is closing the gap. So it's Greg DeMana from Shandon with Byrne of Offaly there in 3rd position. These are the 3. Greg DeMana still keeping control of the race, coming up now with about just over 100 metres to go. Greg DeMana from Clonmel, from Offaly in 3rd position. And a big battle going on then for the 4th and 5th position between Skibbereen and Lee Valley. But out ahead, coming up towards the finish, it is Greg DeMana, Brennan. Final of the women's Junior 16 single sculls. Greg DeMana from Clonmel, from Offaly. And there's a great battle going on between 4th and 5th place there from Skibbereen and Lee Valley. But coming up with about 10 strokes to go, it is Greg DeMana, Brennan, about to win the women's Junior 16 single sculls. And a big push here now from Offaly to try and get that 2nd position. Can Shandon hold on? We're crossing the line. That's Greg DeMana, Brennan. Big push now from Offaly.
Okay, thanks, Eddie. All I can do for you at this stage, Eddie, is that the crews are going through the 1500 metre mark. It'll give you a heads up as to who's leading. And the leader is in lane 5, which is Casey of UCC. And there's a battle going on. There's 3 to qualify. Over in the enclosure side, you have McCrahan from Tribesman, who's going well and looks like in 2nd position. And there's a battle for 3rd position between Fearig out here in lane 1 and the band sculler in lane 5. So it looks like there's Casey, Crahan, and then a battle for 3rd position between Fearig and Ban. I would give it slightly to Fearig at the moment. Over to you, Eddie.
This is the Heat A of the women's senior sculls, and it's Casey from UCC. They're out ahead. The crews are Neptune in lane 1, UCC in lane 2, UL in lane 3, DULBC in lane 4, Ban in lane 5, and Tribesman in lane 6. 3 to qualify. These 3 scullers look to have secured their places in the final. That's Casey from UCC coming in here now with about 100 metres go. From Fearig of Neptune on the far side, And over on this side you have Macron from Trisman. 3 scullers to qualify. First of the 2 heats of the women's senior sculls. Aoife Casey striding away there, comfortably into first position there. Bit of a tight squeeze between second and third, coming up towards the finish. Macron here on the near side putting in a push. Can she close that gap? Is she worried? Probably not. She has secured her final position. So 3 to qualify. And it will surely be Casey, Friedrich and Macron in that order.
Okay, thanks Eddie. The next race is the second heat of the women's senior scull, and we have Power of Neptune in 2, Kremen of UCC in 3, Merz of Shandon in 4, Long of Lee Valley in 5, and Queens Curry from Queens. I'm still, I'm here at the 1,000 metre mark. They're about 100 metres back from me still, so I'll pick them up as they come by. So it looks like Kremen of UCC is out in front. And over on the far side, second and third position, I believe you have Long of Lee Valley and Curry of Queens. Yes, the Kremen is pushing along. She's opened up a length of Clearwater, or sorry, a couple of lengths of Clearwater. Long now of Lee Valley has moved into second, followed by Curry. Those second and third seem to be rowing steady. That Kremen is pushing along at a higher tempo. They're rowing slightly lower. Then it's back to the Neptune Sculler and Shandon. But no doubt who's in pole position, that's Kremen of UCC, followed by Long of Lee Valley, followed by Curry of Queens. Then back to Power of Neptune and Merz of Shandon. So it's 3 to qualify for the final. It will be later in the morning, and there'll be a good battle between the previous scorers, who are all Kremen and Casey are all competing in the squad together. So it's going to be an interesting battle to see who comes out on top in that race. So, but anyway, for now it's Kremen out in front. We're heading for about 600 metres from the finish. I'm a long way back from the race at this stage, because I have to hang back here for a moment. But no doubt Kremen, Long, Curry, Power and Merz. That's the order. They're fairly well strung out on the course. So as they come up to 500 metre mark, Eddie, I'll head back for the 8th race, and I'll let you call them home.
So this is the second heat of the women's senior sculls. In lane 1, Power from Neptune, Kremen from UCC in lane 2, in lane 3, and lane 4, Merz from Shandon, Long from Lee Valley in lane 5, and Curry from Queens in lane 6. 3 to qualify. Lane 3 seems to be the favourite lane to be in this morning. This is Margaret Kremen in lane 3 again, leading the field. Coming up towards the 200 metres to go. Margaret Kremen in lane 3, UCC. 3 to qualify. It looks like at this stage that it's Kremen, Lee Valley and Curry on the near side. They look to be the 3 scullers. On the far side you have Power from Neptune, and they're bringing up the rear is Merz from Lee Valley. But out ahead having this race under control from a long way out. It's Margaret Cremin, UCC. As I said, 3 to qualify, and they look to be UCC, Cremin from Lee Valley along, and on the near side here, Curry from Queens. So it's just about 50-60 metres to go. It's Margaret Cremin. Nice relaxed rowing. Nice position to be in, coming in, qualifying for your final 3 so far ahead. Lee Valley, they're in lane, coming in the second position there, and Curry on the near side. They're the 3 qualifiers, looks like at this stage. Just crossing the line, Margaret Cremin from UCC.
Thanks, Eddie, and I'm up here at the 500 metre mark, and the next race, which is the final, because there was a scratching, there was 2 heats in the men's club 8, so now it's Skibbereen have scratched, so we have a straight final, and now we have Enniskillen, DUBC, St. Joseph, Queen's, UCDA and Methodist. So it's a great sight to see all these 8s across the lake as they come up to me, and it's the 3 universities that are out in front. So UCD have pushed out to about a half a length over DUBC. They're followed by Queen's, and they're overlapped by St. Joseph's. So it's a great race. The only crew that has been slightly dropped is Methodist, but UCD have a strong commanding lead. I won't say commanding lead. They're rowing very confidently over there in lane 5. But they're certainly pushing their boat along well. DUBC are pushing very hard here in lane 2. I would say a slightly higher rate than UCD. And Enniskillen, I'm not letting them get away with it. Enniskillen are here, and it's a battle here between great race beyond between Enniskillen and St. Joseph's as well. I'm not sure whether these were exactly the same crews as rowed yesterday evening, but we all saw what the finish there was. And at this moment in time, Enniskillen are about a 3/4 of a length up at St. Joseph's, and Queen's, who were more prominent early on, have fallen back a bit. So, getting back to the business end of the race, coming up to 1,000 metres is UCD. I'm not actually on the bows, but I would say there's an overlap between themselves and DUBC still. I see UCD stroke, they're pushing very hard, pushing out big puddles there, so they're trying to break DUBC and get away from them. They're quite a distance apart. One is in lane 2, the other is lane 5. The other crews have, and that battle that's going on now between UCD and DUBC up front has pushed them away from the other crews. There's a length back from the stern of the Trinity boat to Enniskillen, who are in 3rd. Queens are still in 4th, St. Joseph, and back to Methodist College. We might be able to get up closer to the bows of these 8 to give you an idea heading into the last 500 as to where they stand. But my guess from looking from behind, there's certainly a good 3/4 of a length and maybe a length in UCD's favour at this moment in time. They're pushing UCD possibly at a slightly lower rate. They're certainly pushing off their finishes very strongly, but Trinity are not letting them get away. They have a sense that there's still an overlap. We're coming up to the 500 metre. We have to watch that we don't watch any of the crews here beside us now. But Eddie, I'll be handing over to you shortly. Hopefully it will be a good finish. But I see UCD pushing very hard over there in 5. So at this moment I hand over to UCD, I would say by a length from DUBC, followed by Enniskillen over here, and then a battle between St. Joseph's and Queen's in the middle. Over to you, Eddie.
Thank you, John. And so coming in towards the finish, about 350 metres to go, it is UCD there on the near side in the light blue, and on the far side in the white, that's Trinity College. Two neighbours above an island bridge, battling it out here for the final, the straight final now of the men's club 8s. UCC on the near side look to have a length, or maybe a length and a bit from Trinity. But we know what happens at the finish. It can be get very tight. Then back in, we have Enniskillen on the far side, in probably third position. But up here in front, we have UCD from Trinity. Trinity look to be closing that gap, coming in towards the finish. There's definitely not a length in it now. Very, very close again, coming up towards the finish. UCD on the near side, Trinity on the far side. There is maybe a canvas in it. UCD now putting a push here, bringing it up to the line. Just moving that with the head again. So it's UCD from Trinity, probably 3/4 of the length now at this stage, coming up towards the finish. UCD from Trinity, big battle on for third, fourth and fifth. Over the far side you have Enniskillen taking third position, and here on the near side you have Queen's.
Going so well since there's a junior.
And the next race to take place is the heat of the men's junior 18 Cox 4. That's been Castleconnell in lane 2, Presby in 3, Killarney in 4, and Enniskillen in lane 5. So it's 3 to qualify from the 4 boats. This is the men, the junior 18 Cox 4. So as they come up to me, there isn't that much in it. Pres may have slipped back a little bit, but there's a good battle going on between Enniskillen over the far side and Killarney, who are just a canvas, and Castleconnell are going well as well. So those 3 crews, as we come up through the 500 metre mark, are absolutely level. 3 to qualify, so they'll be trying to conserve their energy. I'm sure some of them have been rowing over the weekend, so they'll want to conserve as much energy as they can for the final. But nevertheless, as we come through the 500 metre mark, it's Castleconnell and Inniskillen who are neck and neck for first position. But a third of a length back is Coláiste Gnod, who are rowing steadily along, and there's a little bit of clear water then back to Presby. So I'm sure that these lads are saying to themselves, well, look, I need to get a good station. It'll be nice to win the race, but I'm sure they're not going to exert too much effort because they'll want to conserve it for the final. Castleconnell are out here beside me. Looks a good strong forward. They're sending away good puddles, and but it's the 3-4s. There's only half a length covering the 3-4s out in front. I don't believe that they're pressurising each other too much. They're rowing at relatively steady rates, and as they travel along here between 500 and 1,000, they're opening up a little bit of clear water on Presby, so I'm sure they're settled down. It's Inniskillen now, maybe by canvas from Castleconnell. Half a length then back is Coláiste Gnod, and then about a length of clear water back to Presby. So as I say, it's 3 to qualify for the Junior 4 later in the morning, and so these look like 3 good strong crews. It'll be interesting to see, and look forward to seeing the race later in the morning, see which one of them. There's this nip and tuck here. One kind of moves up a canvas, the other moves back a canvas, and it's all things. So as I speak, we now have Inniskillen by canvas. Coláiste Gnod have moved up now, and they're level with Castleconnell. So it's kind of nip and tuck. Whether they'll try to separate each other as they come into the last 500 down towards you, Eddie, I'm not sure. But at this stage, it's steady as it goes. I would say, as we look across here, Joe, there's crews are dead level. The 3 crews are absolute. Joe's nodding here beside me. 3 crews are dead level as we go across. In fact, if anything, Coláiste Gnod, who are half a length down, probably have their bow ball in front now. So I'm watching the Castleconnell Cox looking across and saying, look, what are all these guys doing? He probably sees the bow of the Coláiste Gnod moving up. So Coláiste Gnod now have moved probably a canvas ahead of Inniskillen. In fact, they've probably moved out to a third of a length on Inniskillen, and they've moved the canvas on Castleconnell. And as I said earlier, they were sitting half a length back, so they maybe want to get a good position in the final. And then it's back maybe a length and a half of clear water back to Pres. So we're coming through 700 metres, and it's nice rowing. It looks like a good training session for these 3 crews out in front. For some reason, Inniskillen have taken down their rate, and they're striding it out. They're happy with. It looks like perhaps a 3rd position at this point in time. Coláiste Gnod are pushing a bit harder, and Castleconnell are now pushing a little bit as well. So there's very little in it. So as I come to the 1,000 metre mark, or sorry, 500, 1,500 to go, I'm going to hand it over to you shortly, Eddie. It's 3 to qualify, but at this moment in time, the middle of the course is the round singlets of Coláiste Gnod, followed by Castleconnell, followed by Inniskillen, and then back to Presby. Over to you, Eddie.
Coming in here with less than 500 metres, this is the way you'd like to qualify for a final. 3 boats out in front, 3 to qualify. So on the far side you have Castleconnell in lane 2, lane 3 Presentation College Cork, in lane 4 Coláiste Gnod, and in lane 5 Methodist. 3 crews out ahead, which is Castleconnell, Coláiste Gnod, and Inniskillen, look to have secured their position in the final. Although Inniskillen have dropped back, I presume that's more tactical than anything else. It's up ahead you have Gnod and Castleconnell going nice and steady, not too much effort going into that. As I said, 3 to qualify. Looks like the Presentation College Cork B crew looks to lose out here, with the other three crews rowing very steady to qualify. Tight race, but if you call it a race, looks to be nice and relaxed coming in here. There's nobody too pushed. In the centre here, it looks like Koloshnik Noid, maybe just edging it from Castlecollin on the far side. With Enniskillen on the near side here, bringing the rate right down. 3 to qualify. Koloshnik Noid from Castlecollin, from Enniskillen, and coming in 4th position there, closing the gap. That's Presentation College Cork.
Thanks, Eddie. And as I pick up this race here, about the 1,000-metre mark, it's another relaxed qualifying row for the two crews out in front, which is St. Joseph's out here in the middle of the course in lane 3 in the white signets, and then Pres A crew is over in lane 5. Lee Valley have fallen back a bit, so it's 2 to qualify out of 3 boats in this race. 2 to qualify, so it's going to be a five boat final to join the 3 other crews earlier on. So these look 2 impressive crews here. St. Joseph's, I'm not sure, they may well be 4 out of their 8 from yesterday, but it's and then you have Pres A over in lane 5, and then a distance back to Lee Valley. So coming past the headland here, maybe 700 metres from the finish, we're sitting back from the race a bit, but it's not going to change the result. It's hard at this stage just to say exactly who's in the lead. I think it's a bit of nip and tuck. St. Joseph's seems to be rowing kind of steadier. A little bit of a headwind here. There's a little bit of rocking going on in some of the boats. They're clipping there isn't waves as such, but you can see that the boats are not as steady as they were yesterday. They all need to be cute about it. There's nothing. The conditions are absolutely perfect, but that bit of a cross headwind, you need to just be careful that your boat doesn't rock around a little bit. But as I can see it a little bit here, they're catching the odd wave, taking the momentum off their boats. So at this point, before I head over to you, Eddie, it's out here in the white signets and in the middle of the course. You've St. Joseph's rowing steadily, and then you've Pres A, who I think probably are about a half a length back, and then it's a good distance back then to Lee Valley. So over to you, Eddie.
So just 3 boats in this heat. St. Joseph's in lane 3, Lee Valley in lane 4, and Presentation College Cork in lane, the A crew in lane 5. 2 to qualify, and the 2 crews to qualify look like they've qualified already. It's on the far side, St. Joseph's, and on the near side here, Presentation Cork, and a good distance back, as Con said, probably 50 metres back, is the Lee Valley crew. But 2 to qualify to join the other 3 crews earlier on for a 5-boat final of the men's Junior 18 Cox 4s. So St. Joseph's there in the light coloured white on the far side, and Presentation Cork A crew on the near side. Nice warm up roll for your get ready for your final later on in the morning. Coming up here, hard to get excited about a race like that when there's 2 crews so far ahead and 2 crews qualifying. But with St. Joseph's from Presentation Court. Nice relaxed warm-up spin. Coming on towards the finish. St. Joseph's from Presentation Court, about a length in it, just about to cross the line now.
Thanks, Eddie. The next race, which is race 310, which is the first heat of the men's intermediate double sculls. And lane 2 we have Muckross, we have Shandon, 3 UCC, 3 Castles and UCD. Men's intermediate double sculls. And there's 2 to qualify from each of these 3 heats, so there's a clear leader here in lane 2, which is Muckross. Showing the way at this point in the race, which is about 700 metres, so they're well out in front. And it looks like in second is 3 Castles, and UCD are in third position at this stage, back to Shandon and UCC. So, clear leaders, stamping their control of the race is your Muckross in lane 2, then Lee Valley, or not, I beg your pardon, 3 Castles are now in the dark colours over in lane 5, and followed by UCD in lane 6, and then in the middle of the course here you have Shandon and UCC. So it's 2 to qualify out of these 3 heats for the men's intermediate double scull. It looks like going through 1,000 metre mark, you put your money on Muckross definitely out in front. I'm not sure whether UCD are going to have anything to say to 3 Castles. They're about a half a length of clear water back off the stern of 3 Castles, but 3 Castles are rowing good tempo. They've taken up their rate of striking, and they've moved out. They've taken another half a length out of UCD. UCD are rowing steadier. They're not pushing along as hard as just at this moment in time as 3 Castles. There's out in front, a number of lengths of clear water, and Muckross leading the race. Clear second now is 3 Castles. Back to UCD or third, and then back to Shandon and UCC. So 2 to qualify, passing through the 700 metre mark here now. Still no, the concentration for second position is between currently second and third, but that's clearly 3 Castles in the dark colours, over in the enclosure side. That's beside your the clubhouse. So it's still 3 Castles and UCD. UCD are not making any inroads unless they can now get going and get back into it. They need to increase their tempo and put 3 Castles under pressure. But heading for the 500 metre mark, 1500 or 500 to go, it's Muckross clearly out in a clear lead. In 5 you have 3 Castles, then UCD, back to UCC now, past Shandon, and so over to you, Eddie.
So coming in with less than 500 metres to go, it's on the far side, Muckross from Killarney, leading the field here. From the crew on the near side here, the dark coloured white blades, 3 Castles, 2 to qualify. There's 3 heats of the men's intermediate double sculls. This is the first of the 3 heats. 2 to qualify from each heat for a 6-boat final later on. But it's Muckross from Killarney out ahead, in control. 3 Castles in second position. Is there a challenge here from UCD coming in towards the finish? They've definitely picked up the rate here. 2 to qualify. So if they need to make a move, they need to make it now. That's still in control, looking very relaxed up ahead. Is Muckross out ahead from Three Castles, UCD, then the battle on for the 4th and 5th position between UCC and Shandon. But it looks like Muckross from Three Castles coming up towards the finish. Muckross from Three Castles from UCD with UCC in 4th position and Shandon Ringer up the rear there in 5th position.
Okay, thanks Eddie. In the next heat, again, 2 to qualify, you have DUBC B, Shannon, Castleconnell A, University of Limerick and Commercial, and they're just coming up to me now, and it looks like that it's Shannon and University of Limerick are the 2 crews that are just with their noses in front of Commercial, who are in 3rd position, and then it's back to DUBC and Castleconnell. So 2 to qualify, beg your pardon, 2 to qualify. So there's a bit of work to be done here going through 1,000 metre mark. It'd be hard to call who's going to make 2nd position. You'd have to think that out in front of you, University of Limerick, who are doing very well. They have about a length over Shannon, who are in lane 3, and then Commercial, who are over in lane 5, I believe is. They're in 6. The 6 over on the enclosure, and then DUBC and Castleconnell are trailing. But a bit of a battle here for 2nd. I think University of Limerick are out in front. They're watching the 2 other guys battle for 2nd and 3rd position, and 2 to qualify. And it's interesting tactics. Shannon are running a high rate. Commercial are rowing very steady over there in lane 6, very steady. Looking across from here, if I was a mind reader, I'd be saying they're keeping a bit in reserve to have a bit of a push over the last 500. I see the bowman looking across at Shannon. Shannon are out here in lane 3, and the other 2 crews over in 5 and 6 there. It's probably a help to them. Shannon are a little bit isolated over here, but as we go through 600 metres, University of Limerick are still keeping an eye on the field and staying out in front, but I would think that Commercial have come through in their long steady strokes compared to the Shannon's higher tempo rating. They seem to be getting more out of their boat, and they have moved into 2nd position. So very shortly I'll be handing over to you, Eddie. So the action is over there on the enclosure side between University of Limerick and Commercial, Shannon, DUBC, and back to Castleconnell. Over to you, Eddie.
So yes, it's all happening on this side. Coming up here, just to go through it, there's 5 crews in it. You have Trinity College B crew in lane 2, Shannon in lane 3, Castleconnell A in lane 4, UL in lane 5, and Commercial in lane 6. This is the 2nd heat of the men's intermediate double sculls, and out ahead it looks like the UL crew. Not a lot in it now between UL, Commercial and Shannon. Big push on here from Shannon on the far side there. 2 to qualify, so there is a real battle on here now for 2nd position between Commercial on the near side and Shannon on the far side there, with UL still holding that lead, but not a lot. It is very tight coming into the finish. there isn't a length between the three crews. Who's going to push on here to get the second qualifying place? And Shannon making a big move there on the far side. Look to be moving up past UL to take the first position. Very close. Still UL, I would think. But it looks like UL and Shannon from Commercial on the near side. 2 to qualify. Very close. Very great race. UL from Shannon from Commercial, I would think. With Trinity College coming in here in 4th position, and bringing up the rear here you have Castleconnell.
Okay, Eddie, we're just below the 1,000-metre mark here, and they were the third and final heat of the men's intermediate double scull. We have Castleconnell B, Skibbereen, Queens, NUIG and Cork. Again, tough heat with 2 to qualify. But out in front, as they come up to be here, we have NUIG and Skibbereen, followed by Castleconnell, followed by Queens and Cork. So it's 2 to qualify, as I say. It's nip and tuck between Skibbereen and NUIG. Castleconnell are trying desperately here to get into second position. They're out here in lane 2, close to the commentary launch, and they need to get. They're rowing strongly. It's a battle going on. This is a great race now to see for second and for first position as well. What has happened here is that Castleconnell have pushed up at Skibbereen, who are pushing up on NUIG. So it's anybody's. In fact, but Castleconnell have put on a tremendous push out here in lane 2, and they've gone up on Skib. They've actually passed Skibbereen at this stage, and they're heading to take on the bow of the NUIG crew. The NUIG crew have the other guys in their sights. They're looking out to the right here, and they're outside them. But it's nip and tuck between Skibbereen and Castleconnell. It's about 3 feet, I would call it, at the moment, as we head up to the 1,500 metre mark. So 2 to qualify for this race, and it's a great battle. One of the unfortunately NUIG had a mishap, but they've got going again now. The other 2 crews have passed them out. That's very unfortunate. It's going to leave you with an exciting finish. Eddie coming in there with about 400 metres to go. So the 3 crews are virtually level now across courses. NUIG were in. So NUIG, Skibbereen and Castleconnell, followed by Queens, followed by Cork. Over to you, Eddie.
Yeah, a little change here coming in towards the finish. It looks to be NUIG's race there for a long time, but now it's Castleconnell out ahead here in the red on the far side from Skibbereen, and NUIG now bringing it back up here, closing the gap. It's 2 to qualify, 3 boats racing for 2 positions. Castleconnell on the far side, NUIG on the near side looks to be the 2 crews at the moment. Skibbereen in the centre haven't given up. So it's Castleconnell now out in front. Skibbereen and NUIG pushing here for the second position. Nothing in it. Great race here now for the second position. Skibbereen still holding the advantage here. Big push here now from NUIG coming up with the last 20 strokes. Looks like NUIG have done enough, or have they? Skibbereen are reacting to that, so it's Castleconnell out ahead. Big race for second position between Skibbereen and NUIG. Coming up to the finish line, it's anybody's race.
making our way up now to the towards the start for the next heat, which is the heat of the women's intermediate Cox 4, and I'll come back to you shortly. The race is in progress. It's just heading for 500 metre mark. I'm about 200 metres further down at this stage, so we have to go into the side. So when they come up to me, I will fill you in further. So they're not too far back from me now at this stage, so we have okay. So we have NUIG, University of Limerick, Shannon, UCD, Skip, and University of Limerick A crew. There's 3 to qualify here, so they have actually broken into 2 trees at the moment as they come up to me here. We have NUIG who are rowing strongly here on lane 1, and then on the far side in lanes 5 and 6 we have Skip and University of Limerick. So as we move up, where am I? So we're heading down for the 1,000 metre mark. We have NUIG out in front, followed by University of Limerick over in lane 6. That's their A crew, followed by Skibbereen. Then it's back to Shannon and the other University of Limerick crew and UCD. So clearly 2 groups of 3 at this stage, but clearly leaders out in front here are NUIG, who are rowing strongly and holding probably a length lead over University of Limerick over on the far side, followed by Skibbereen. So there's a bit of a battle going on over on the far side, just keeping everybody on their toes, but there's no fear of who's going to get those 3 slots. So NUIG, again, tricky conditions in the sense that the wind is there. I see the crew beside me here now. The boat rocks around a little bit, not as steady as yesterday. And over on the far side, Skip are pushing up a little bit in University of Limerick, again, who are rowing steadier, nice and steady along at a slightly lower rate. So I don't think anybody's up of the 3 up in front are too worried about their positions. I think it's a question of holding what they have, conserving their energy for the final. And so out here in lane 1, farthest from the enclosure, we have NUIG, and then in 5 and 6 we have University of Limerick A crew, which is just about a half a length ahead of Skibbereen. Then there's Clearwater back to great battle going on between Shannon and the second University of Limerick boat, and then it's back to UCD. So I've got to fall back a bit here so as not to wash anybody. But so Eddie, I'll be handing over to you. But I think it's clear who's going to be the first in the 3 crews into the final. NUIG out here on lane 2, and then by the enclosure, University of Limerick and Skibbereen. Over to you, Ed.
So as Con said, 3 crews to qualify. It looks like the 3 crews have moved out ahead. The 3 crews looking likely to qualify. On the far side, NUIG, they're looking to have taken the lead on all the rest. But over on the near side here, you have Skibbereen in lane 5 and University of Limerick in lane 6. These 3 crews that have moved ahead. So right across the course you have NUIG in lane 1, University of Limerick in lane 2, Shannon in lane 3, UCD in lane 4, Skibbereen in lane 5, and UL A crew in lane 6. But out ahead, definitely making a move and showing what they can do. It's NUIG on the far side. Skibbereen in lane 5 here, and University of Limerick A crew look to be happy enough to sit and watch the crews behind them, knowing that 3 crews will qualify. Up ahead with a commanding lead here coming into the finish. It is NUIG in lane 1 over on the far side. From the 2 crews here on the near side, whether University College Limerick or University of Limerick on the A crew on the near side, and Skibbereen just outside them there. These look to be the 3 crews to qualify. So there's 11 crews altogether entered for this event. This is the women's intermediate Cox 4s. Just about to cross the line, you have NUIG, followed by UL in lane 6 here, and Skibbereen in lane 5. 3 crews to qualify, 3 crews to lose out.
Thanks, Eddie. We have in this heat we have Shandon, UCC, DULBC, A crew, and commercial. We have lost 1 crew on this. I don't know whether they had a steering problem. They've veered totally off the DULBC B crew. They diverted totally off the course. But the race is going on, and there are 3 crews up in front, 3 to qualify, and that's Shandon in lane 2, and over in lanes 5 and 6 we have DULBCA and commercial, and they're followed by UCC. So there's absolutely nothing between these three crews out in front. But then again, they don't have to beat each other up at this point, because it's all to be done in the final. So it's not more than 3 feet as I look across the bows of these 3 crews. Commercial over on the enclosure side, DULBCA crew on the who are second, and then Shandon, who are in lane 2 here in 3rd position. Then clear water back to UCC, and the other DULBC crew has stop rowing. So, as I said, 3 to qualify, and there's no doubt about that at this point in time. Who's going to be first, second, and third? I couldn't call that at this point in time, because they're all just rowing along nice and steady rate, and they're absolutely dead level across the course. I think maybe for stations for seeding or whatever in the final, they may well, someone might stick their nose out in front and do something with it, but it's at this point it's hard to call. As I look across, you might think the Shandon are nominally ahead, but very little from. But it's good steady rowing by these 3 crews, and it's going to be an interesting final. So I'll hand over to you, Eddie, with Shandon out here beside me on the far side, followed by DULBC, followed by commercial and UCC.
So we started with 5 crews in this heat. We have DULBC, that's Trinity College. B crew looks to have dropped out back there around the 1,000 metre mark. And so we're left with 4 crews. Shandon on the far side. In the centre there, in the red, is UCC. Over here on this side you have DULBC, A crew and commercial. These look like the 3 crews that are going to qualify. Crew to lose out looks to be the UCC crew in the red and the black oars there. All 3 crews up in front, as Con was saying, all rowing nice and steady staying level, nobody putting in a push here to get ahead. They're all happy enough just to qualify. We'll see. Might all change here in the last 100 metres. Shandon on the far side. On the near side here, you have DULBC and Commercial. Shandon looks to be out ahead. At the moment, by about a length from DULBC, from Commercial on the near side. UCC making a push here now. Crews up ahead, need to keep an eye. There are only 3 positions. But it's Shandon from DULBC and Commercial. DULBC and Commercial now reacting to the UCC push here coming in towards the finish. 3 crews to qualify. It looks like Shandon, DULBC and Commercial.
Thanks, Eddie. We're making our way back up here to the start. The next race is going to be the final of the men's senior scull, which will be an interesting race. We have our 2 Olympic gold medalists in this race, so it'll be a few minutes before it gets going, so I'll come back to you when it gets started. So this, the men's senior single sculls final is in progress with Paula Donovan in lane 2, Peter McCarthy in 3, Niall Bacon of Commercial 4, Mannix of the University of Limerick in 5, and Patterson of Sligo in 6. So as we come up to me here at the 500 metre mark, we have, as I say, it looks like Vincent McCarthy has about a length on the field at this stage. He's pushing well out in lane 3. In fact, he's a half a length of clear water over Paul, who's in lane 2, followed by Niall Bacon in 3, and then to Mannix and to Patterson. So good battles. This is a race that I'm sure happens every day in training. Quite often in training, I see Paul Donovan look over his left shoulder and say, "My God, what's happening here?" He has a look at where Finton has got to, and he'll see that he's got about a half a length of clear water. Paul is pushing like hell here beside me in lane 2, and then the other guys are doing very well. Niall Bacon and Mannix is going very well now as well as is Patterson. So an interesting race. It's we've gone through 700 metres, nip and tuck, as I say. I'm sure this is like a training race in many respects, and some of the time trials that they have all the time. So it's going to be. We've got Joe and I here have a ringside seat to see can Paul reel in Finton, and he certainly is not gaining any more. He's certainly having a real go at it at this stage. He still has a little bit of clear water to pull in first before he gets up, overlaps with Finton's boat, and then it's back to University of Limerick Mannix, who's in third position, who is about a length of Clearwater behind Paul O'Donovan's boat, and then back to Began and Patterson. But up in front, there's no real change. It's still, in fact, if anything, it's going through the 1,000-metre mark. It's Fintan McCarthy probably has maybe extended his lead ever so slightly. He's rowing very confidently. You can see his boat moving along. Paul is pushing, trying to get back and bridge that gap. So it's everything to. Conditions are pretty good. They're probably are choppiest out here on lanes 4 and 5. So it's but it's still nip and tuck. Fintan is about he still is holding that lead of perhaps half a length of Clearwater, and then it's a couple of leads Clearwater back to Mannix, and then it's a number of lengths then back to Began and Patterson. So Fintan McCarthy is rowing very confidently out in front here, very steady, very coolly. Just he's upping the tempo a bit now, and he has almost moved the distance out to a length of Clearwater. In fact, he's quite clearly rowing very confidently. You can see him. He has Paul in his sights. Paul is looking over his left shoulder, wondering how much work, how much he has to make up to do. But by God, he's not giving up. You can see that he's pushing. He has slightly choppier conditions to deal with out here, but nevertheless he's pushing mad. It's fantastic to see these two gold medalists up against each other. It's great to see them here at our Irish Championships. Hopefully it's a bit early in the morning, maybe the crowds haven't come, but it's fantastic to see them rowing at our Irish Championship. So Eddie, I'm going to hand over to you with Fintan out in front, Paul is second, and then back to Mannix. Over to you.
Coming in here with about 400 metres to go, it is Fintan McCarthy from Skibbereen, from Paul O'Donovan, UCC, and Mannix here on the near side from UL. But it's Fintan McCarthy still holding that lead, coming to the finish. About 200 metres to go. Fintan McCarthy, we all know what Paul O'Donovan can do coming into the finish, so I wouldn't be relaxing if I was Fintan at this stage. But it's Fintan McCarthy still motoring very well here now coming in. Has a nice lead from Paul O'Donovan. So it's Fintan McCarthy from Paul O'Donovan, Fintan from Skibbereen, rowing for Skibbereen, Paul O'Donovan rowing for UCC. So it's Fintan McCarthy still holding that lead, about 100 metres to go. There probably is a length and a half of Clearwater from Paul, but Paul is now motoring. Now he's pushing it on. Can Fintan hold on to this? Paul is doing everything he can here to close down that gap. But it's still Fintan McCarthy, still keeping that Clearwater between himself and Paul O'Donovan. Fintan McCarthy coming up to the finish line from Paul O'Donovan. Great race. With Mannix of UL here coming in third position.
All excited. How are you?
Followed by Began of Commercial and Patterson of Sligo.
It's early start. Yeah, 7 years started already.
I went there, and the boys in the boat dropped me there and they gone. And I was left there.
They left you there?
They left me there.
What the hell?
Yeah, and I lost about 14 minutes.
Oh, for God's sake.
They left me there. I gonna kill them.
Yeah. What were they doing? They got distracted with
They
something else?
say they had an emergency.
Oh.
Some safety thing. there was a boat somewhere here. But they could take me. They were too
Yeah,
little for
bring
me,
you with them.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
Thank you. That's actually, yeah. Okay, Sarah, I forgot I have it. I have it, yeah. I have it, yeah.
The next four races are time trials, and this is the women's club's single scull. And what I'll try to do is give you an idea of who's leading the race, and we can't tell you who's likely to get into the final. Be one of the fastest six. So we can tell you who's prominent in the race. In the first heat, which has just started, we have Queens, Colliery, Feeney from Carlow, O'Connell from Tralee, Sheehan from Lee, Cannon from Skibbereen, and Horn from Killorglin. So as they come up to me here, which I'm sitting at about 400 metres, it's Carlow, it's Feeney from Carlow, and Sheehan from Lee, then Skibbereen and Killorglin, and back to Queens. So as we'll run along with them here for a little while just to see how the thing pans out. But it's Feeney from Carlow leading through, Sheehan from Lee, then over to Cannon from Skibbereen, and Horn from Killorglin. So as we go through 600 metres, Feeney has pushed out for going to Lent to Clearwater, over Lee, back to Skibbereen, back to Killorglin, then back to Tralee and Queens. So the scullers are fairly well stretched out. Carlow sculler Feeney is moving very well, as is Lee. They're all rowing very well. Look across, they look like they're rowing within themselves, but they need to keep the pressure on because it's A to B as fast as possible. So as I say, you're rowing against the field, but you're rowing within yourself, get your fastest time. So coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, there's been no change. The first four scullers, they're still equidistant apart, and Carlow are out in front, followed by Lee, followed by Skip, and then Killorglin back to Tralee and Queens. So heading very close to 1,000 metre mark now is the Carlow sculler, followed by Lee. Again, no change over the last 200 or 300 metres. And back to Skibbereen, who are in third position, and Killorglin in fourth position. So they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark, and I'll travel along now for another 100 metres or so, and I think I might sit here and around the 1,000 metre mark and give you updates as to who is leading the race. It's very hard to do any commentary on it because you don't know the significance of of each particular race and how the time of the race is going. Because as I said earlier, it's the fastest 6 over the 4 heats that get into the final. So as they go through about 1,200 metres, there's no change. It's Carlow, followed by Lee, followed by Skip, followed by Killorglin, then back to Tralee and Queens. So I'll hand it over to you, Eddie.
Thank you, Con. Again, the dreaded time trials. The women's club won. Club sculls coming up just after passing 1,000 metres. Passing the 1,000 metres, it was Trini from Carlow, Sheehan from Lee, Cannon from Skibbereen, and Forden from Killorglin. That was the order coming up. We'll see if anything changed when they come a bit closer. As Con said, it's very difficult to see what's happening when you don't know their times, because it's all about your time, it's not about who wins the race. But over on the far side there, you can hardly see her blending in against the background. It's the Carlow sculler looks to be out ahead of Sheehan and the red in the centre of the river, of the lake, and Skibbereen over on this side. And the Carlow sculler here, as I said, it's difficult to see the Carlow sculler, the green colour blending in there. But the red of Lee there in the centre is in second position. Carlow sculler looks to be well out there. All these scullers need to push on. They can't relax at any point, no matter what position they're in. They have to push on to get the best time they possibly can, so to make the final. So you have Carlow from Lee, Skibbereen just inside the Lee sculler, and then you have Killorglin on the near side there. Looks to have pushed up ahead of the Skibbereen sculler. But it's Carlow well out there in control, driving on from the Lee sculler, from Killorglin, from Skip, and bringing up the rear on the far side there. You have Queens and Tralee. But out on our own, well out, is the Carlow sculler, Feeney from Sheehan of Lee, and over here on the near side now it is Forden or Killorglin has moved ahead of the Skibbereen sculler into third position. Position doesn't really matter, it is all about your time, so you have to keep driving on till the very end. Carlo coming up here. Feeney from Carlo in control of the race. Up ahead. There are 4 time trials. I think 22 scullers in total. 6 to qualify to final. But it's Carlo from Lee, from Killorgan, from Skibbereen. And the Carlo sculler has let it be known that she wants to win, she wants to get a fast time. So Carlo coming up to the finish, about 5 strokes to go, from Sheena of Lee and Horton of Killorgan, followed by Cannon of Skibbereen. So that's the first of the time trials. You can see the next time trial is on its way. Just crossing the line you have Sheena of Lee and Horton of Killorgan.
Thanks, Eddie. Another time trial is in progress. We have Carey of Cappoquin, Fleming of Workman, McCarthy of Skibbereen, Kelly of University of Limerick, Brooks of Shandon, and McCormack of Queen. Okay, so as we come through the 1,000 metre mark here, it's nip and tuck up front. We have a Skibbereen sculler out in front. Skibbereen are leading the way, followed by University of Limerick, followed by Queen's and Cappoquin here in lane 1. So this looks a competitive race. As Skibbereen sculler dealing with the conditions nicely, letting the boat run along, and she's coming under some pressure from University of Limerick and Queen. So it's nip and tuck up front. The conditions are getting a little trickier for these scullers. They're not experienced scullers, and the crosswind is kind of kicking them around a little bit, and I wouldn't say struggling, but they're missing the odd stroke, and so as they move away from me, I look across the course. The Skibbereen, University of Limerick, and the Queen's those 3 scullers are absolutely dead level across the course. Cappoquin has fallen back a little bit here in lane 1, then it's back to Shandon and back to Workman. If this is one of the fastest heats, it's going to be a very close thing between the three scullers, because they're nip and tuck as they go through about 1,200 metres now. It's Skibbereen led the way by about a length, but it looks like the University of Limerick sculler now has pushed, and also the Queen sculler over on lane 6 on the enclosure side. So it's very close between those 3 scullers. It's all about being cagey and cute, not to leave the conditions in any way affect you, because if you miss a stroke, it's going to put you back a second or 2. So I'll be handing over to you shortly, Eddie. As I said, there's 3 scholars in the line: Skibbereen, University of Limerick, and Queen's. Cappoquin out here in lane 1 in the dark singlet is in 4th position. Then it's back to Shandon and Workman. So over to you, Eddie.
Okay, so this is the second of the women's club sculls trial times. And you have in lane 1, Carey and Cappoquin, lane 2, Fleming and Workman's, lane 3, McCarthy Skibbereen, lane 4, Kelly UL, Brooks from Shandon in lane 5, and McCormack from Queen's in lane 6. But out in front, it looks like the Skibbereen and UL scullers there in the light colours in the centre. side you have McCormick from Queens. They look to be the colours out in front. Not too far back over on the far side is Carey from Cappoquin. But the other two scullers then, the Shandon Sculler, Brooks and Fleming from Workmans look to have dropped back quite a bit. But here, coming in towards the finish, it looks like the UL Sculler is now taking it up from Skibbereen. From the Queen's Sculler, McCormick on the near side. But the Cappoquin Sculler on the far side is not out of it yet. It's all about the time. It's always very difficult to know who's going to qualify from this. But all you can do is your best. All you can do is roll as hard as you can in the time trial. And this is helping a lot of these scullers, the fact that they're so close. They're not strung out. They're close together. They're battling. Makes a race of it. And it's you can see the Skibbereen Sculler there now trying to get back up on the UL Sculler. So UL in the centre, Skibbereen just outside her. And then there's a good battle here for third position between the Queen's Sculler, McCormick on the near side and Cappoquin Carey on the far side. But it's still UL and Skibbereen making all the moves here up in the front. The Skibbereen Sculler rating a higher rate. UL now just pushing it up again. This is what helps them to get a good time. This close race at the finish. So it's UL from Skibbereen, from Queens and Cappoquin on the far side. So coming up across the line, it looks like the UL Sculler has done enough to qualify first, or to get first position. Not too sure if she's qualified yet, but she.
Thanks, Eddie. The next third time trial, we have Donovan from Sligo, Hannon from Lee, Jacqueline from Killarglen, McEnroe from Sligo, and Zenon from UCC. So it's the Sligo Sculler out here in lane 2. Donoghue that's showing the way, a couple of lengths of clear water, back to the other Sligo Sculler, and back to Killarglen and UCC. The other Lee Sculler seems to have steering difficulties and has fallen back. So out in front, rowing comfortably here in lane 2, you have Donoghue of Sligo, and her clubmate from Sligo, McEnroe, is in second position, only just from UCC, Zenon, and then it's back to Killarglen, who is just a length adrift. So again, a fairly strong cross headwind here. So out in front we have Sligo, Donoghue from Sligo. A couple of lengths of clear water back to our clubmate, and then UCC, who have moved away slightly from Killarglen, and is back then to the other Lee Sculler. So coming up close to 1500 metres, 500 to go. No change in the positions. The second Sligo Sculler has probably closed ever so slightly on her colleague, and probably being pushed along by the UCC, and also improving rowing conditions as you come down the course. The crosswind is less significant, but certainly for lanes 5 and 6. So we're still out here in lane 2. We have Donoghue, who is, I don't think, coming under any pressure, but certainly being taken on by her colleague from the other Sculler from Sligo, followed by UCC, and Killarglen are now putting in a push as well. So it's, I'll hand over to you, Eddie.
Here, towards the finish, you have on the far side Sligo, O'Donoghue, in lane 3, Hannon Lee, Killarglen in lane 4, Sligo again in lane 5, and UCC on the near side. And it looks like this Sligo Sculler O'Donoghue there on the far side have pushed out ahead. Kilorgan not too far back in lane 4 there, and the other Sligo rower, McEnroe there in lane 5. But it's out on their own. O'Donoghue from Sligo again with a commanding lead coming into the finish. The other three crews there helping themselves by being so close. Just like the 2 Sligo crews there, 1 and 2. Equal battle on between UCC and Kilorgan for the 3rd position. But out ahead it's Sligo O'Donoghue with about 75 metres to go. From Sligo McEnroe, and a big race on here now for 3rd and 4th, and this will help these girls to get a good time. You have Kilorgan there making a push on the UCC Sculler, but up ahead with about 5 strokes to go it's O'Donoghue from Sligo from O'Donoghue McEnroe, and UCC now just pushed into 3rd position from Kilorgan.
Thanks, Eddie. And as you come back to us here at the 1,000 metre mark, we have the Kilorgan Sculler out in front, rowing very powerfully, rowing very strongly, followed by here beside me Ken Mayer and New Ross, back to Neptune and Tralee. So the scullers are, as they pass through the 1,000 metre mark, are fairly well strung out. So very appears to be very strong rowing by O'Sullivan of Kilorgan in the middle of the course, followed out here by Ken Mayer, the 2 Kerry scullers, Sheehan from Ken Mayer, first and second, and then New Ross, followed by Neptune, followed by Maloney from Tralee. So, as I said, fairly well spread out. Very strong rowing appears to be from the Kilorgan Sculler in the middle of the looks the middle to me, but anyway, it's back lane 5, and then over here to lane 2, and then lane 3, which is New Ross. Then back from lengths of clear water to Neptune, and then Tralee. Coming now at about 600 metres to go, no change up front, still the 3 scullers out in front are moving their boats along, nobody advancing on the scullers ahead of them, but it's no doubt who's leading the race.
Can we please get the cocks of the Skibbereen Women's Junior 8 to weigh in, please? So the cocks of the Women's Junior 8 for Skibbereen to weigh in, please.
Followed by Callan from Neptune and Maloney from Tralee. So Eddie, I'll hand over to you very shortly, just again to recap that you have Kilorgan out in front, followed by Ken Mayer, followed by Barrett from New Ross, then Neptune and Tralee. Over to you, Eddie.
This is the last of the women's club Gull time trials. In first position looks like the Kilorgan Sculler on the near side here. Looks to be out ahead. From Kenmare, Sheehan over there on the far side in lane 2. And New Ross there in the centre. These looks to be the 3 crews out ahead. Bringing up the rear there, you have the Neptune Sculler and the Tralee Sculler. But out ahead, it is Kilorgan, O'Sullivan from Kemere on the far side, followed by New Ross there in the centre. These three scullers have broken away from the other two. Clorgan sculler O'Sullivan's there. O'Sullivan seems to have moved ahead from the girl in Sheehan in the lane 2, followed by Barrett from New Ross in lane 3. Coming in, we're about 100 metres go. Clorgan from Kemere sculler now making a bit of a move here to see if she can catch the Clorgan sculler coming into the finish. So it's Clorgan from Kemere, two Kerry clubs battling it out up ahead, but it's still Clorgan and Sculler from Kemere, from New Ross, coming in towards the finish. That's Sullivan from Clorgan, from Sheehan from Kemere, and Barrett from New Ross, just coming up towards the line. And that's the end of the club time trials.
flashing, so we're 2 minutes, so I think there's going to be call over shortly. Yes, in fact, a call over has started, so this is going to be a very interesting race. You'd expect the action to be in the middle of the course between Cremen and Casey. So, but as we get going, I'll tell you how it's happening. Okay, so they're coming past me here at 100 metres, and just showing nominally in front we have Cremen, followed by Furic of Neptune, going well here in lane 1, and then the other 4 scullers are in a line. So Cremen with a marginal lead, just maybe 3/4 of a length. Casey and Long neck and neck. Furic probably has half a canvas on those 2 scullers. And then it's a battle between Curry and McCrohan on the far side. So as we go through 300 metres, Cremen has pushed out to a length lead, and the other 5 scullers are virtually a canvas off each other, a canvas separating all 5 crews across the course. So it's Cremen's staking her authority on this race and trying to get out there and keep them all kind of under her watch. And it's no real change. As I say, Cremen is really pushing to get that bit of clear water. So we're coming up very close to the 500 metre mark now, and definitely going through it first is going to be Cremen, going to be followed by Long and Lee Valley, going to be followed by Curry and Casey, who are neck and neck, followed by McCrohan, who's neck and neck with the Furic of Neptune. So through the 500 metre mark, we have Cremen rowing very strongly, high tempo, pushed along. Long from Lee Valley is rowing a longer stroke, looks strong, powerful. Then Casey is coming back into it. She was kind of lost maybe a canvas or a third of a length, but she's now moving into 3rd position, and she's moved on to the stern of the Lee Valley boat. And then going nicely over, I would think in calmer waters, and in lane 6 is Curry. And then back to McCrohan and Neptune. Definitely there's a out here in the lanes at 5 and 6, it's 1 and 2, there's a little bit more of a chop, one feel. But nevertheless, up in front, you have Cremen pushing along. Great battle going on now for 2nd position between Long of Lee Valley and Casey, who is really pushing. She's having a real go there in the middle of the course in lane 3, and she's pushing up and Long, and Curry over in lane 6 is also hanging in there, but no doubt who's in control. That's Margaret Cremen out in lane 4. So then further back you have McCrohan on lane 5 and Neptune in lane 1. So this is an interesting race. If you admire Margaret Cremen, how she has taken this race by the scruff of the neck and is pushing out, shows her talent. And but it's a great race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, and there's a real battle going on here beside me between Long of Lee Valley and Casey from Skibbereen. There's about a half a length between the two scullers, and they're having a real go off each other, and it's certainly keeping them with the pace, but they're not making any huge inroads into Cremen's lead. Curry is going steady over on lane 6, but is not rowing at the same tempo as the 2 scullers here in 2 and 3. That's Long and Casey. And then it's back to Crohan, who is in 5th position, and Furic in 6th position. So as we go, the 2 scullers in I'm slightly behind it, but there's the 2 scullers in 2nd and 3rd are making some inroads into Cremen's lead now. Casey is moving. You can see her. She's having a real go, having a real push at this point in time. You can see real fight happening, and it's she's pushing up now on the long on the Lee Valley sculler, and she's now level with Lee Valley, and she's pushing again, and she's certainly is into second position, trying her best to kind of cut down that lead from Cremen. I'm going to have to fall back here so we don't watch any of these scullers. I'll be handing over to you soon, Eddie. No doubt who's out in front. Margaret Cremen of UCC. Now I would say followed by Casey of UCC, followed by Long of Lee Valley. Curry has fallen back a bit, and then McCrohan and Fury from Neptune. So Eddie, I will hand over to you in that order. Margaret Cremen out in front, followed by Aoife Casey, who's now in second position. Long is in third position, followed by Curry, McCrohan and Fury. Over to you, Eddie.
Thanks, Con. Coming into the finish here, about 500 metres to go, it's Margaret Cremen there from Lee Rowing Club and Eva Casey from Skibbereen Rowing Club, both now rowing with UCC, making up the 1-2, and on the far side there, two in from the far side is Long from Lee Valley, so they're the 1-2-3 at the moment. Margaret Cremen still keeping that lead, looking back at the rest, letting all the rest battle on. Margaret, having moved out into the lead from the very start, is in control of this race, coming in towards the finish. Margaret Cremen from Aoife Casey, Long with a great race there, who put it up to Aoife Casey all the way along. But it's Margaret Cremen from Aoife Casey, from Long and Lee Valley, who could now be coming under pressure from Curry of Queens on the near side. But it's still those three scullers out ahead. Margaret Cremen with about 4 or 5 lengths of clear water from Aoife Casey of, I'm going to say of Skibbereen, formerly of Skibbereen, now with UCC. Margaret Cremen coming up to take the Women's Senior Sculls Championship of Ireland. Cremen from Casey, from Long and Lee Valley. Curry here on the near side from Queens, coming into 4th position, but the 1-2-3 definitely at this stage is Cremen from UCC, Casey from UCC, and Long from Lee Valley. Coming up to the finish line, that's it. The placings then for the 4th, 5th and 6th are Curry, McCrone and Fury from Neptune in 6th position. There's a bit of a gap again here for about 12 minutes, and we have finals then from here until 11. You have the men's junior 18 Cox 4s final. That's the next race up. Enniskillen Cres of Cork, Kalashnik Noid, St Joseph's and Castlecull, followed by the men's intermediate double sculls final. Commercial, Castlecull, Muckross, UL, Treecastle and NUIG. Followed by the women's intermediate cock scores, Skibbereen, NUIG, DULBC and UL. And the women's junior 18 8s at 11 o'clock. Commercial, St Michael's, Cork, Kalashnik Noid, Skibbereen and Enniskillen. And that will be followed by the final race of the morning session, the Women's Club 1 singles final, the draw, which I haven't got yet.
So just to give you an update, we're back up here, right close to the start, and the next race is the men's junior 18 Cox 4, which I'm looking forward to. Those of you who saw the heats this morning, it looked competitive, and it's hard to know who was moving fastest or who was doing what. So it's going to be all action here now. So we have Inniskillen on lane 1, Pres Cork A in 2, Clostignaud in 3, St. Joseph's in 4, and Castleconnell in 5. So the crews are on the stake boats now. The light isn't flashing yet. St. Joseph's are just moving on. So this is the starter just called 2 minutes. Those of you who were at the finish yesterday will recall the exciting finish we had in the 8s. So hopefully we'll have equally exciting in the 4s. And the roll call has started, and we should be on our way very shortly. And starter has said go, and their shouting has started, the encouragement has started, and as we go through the first 100 metres, it's Inniskillen here in lane 1 has a canvas lead. The only crew that has got slightly dropped off the pace is Pres. They've lost about 2/3 of a length, but it's Inniskillen in lane 1 and Pres in lane 2, Clostignaud in 3, Joseph's in 4, and Castleconnell in 5. So as we go through 300 metres, the crew that's now prominent and that's looking to stamp their mark on the race is St. Joseph's. They have a canvas lead over Inniskillen, followed by Jez, who are about a half a length down on St. Joseph's. Castleconnell are just at the stern of the St. Joseph's boat, and Pres have slipped back another half a length. But they're into their stride now. This is fantastic racing for these young men. Very competitive up front between Inniskillen and St. Joseph's. With Jez in the middle, who are only 2/3 of a length back. Castleconnell are another half length back, and another half length back to Pres. We're coming up to the 500 metre mark, and it's nip and tuck between Inniskillen and St. Joseph's. And as we go through the 500 metre mark, I would give it a couple of feet to Inniskillen. Joseph's, Inniskillen are rowing at a slightly higher rate. St. Joseph's are slightly lower tempo. They're pushing their boat very well, and as if they looked across and saw that move from Inniskillen, they have moved out now to half a length of a lead over Inniskillen. And you'd have to admire the rowing of these two crews in front, and all the crews of the race for that matter. But Joseph's, I'm looking over at St. Joseph's Cox, our stroke man. He's with a white cap on him, and he's looking across here, watching every move of Inniskillen, and he's rowing along, giving his crew a long stroke, and they're moving the boat very well. And as they've moved out now to probably 2/3 of a length over Inniskillen, who are out here in lane 1, where they're kind of slightly isolated from the middle of the action, the middle of the course, but St. Joseph's are powering along out there in front. Inniskillen will have to keep that tempo up and keep on their stern. They're just about a length off St. Joseph's. My recollection yesterday was the opposite, for St. Joseph's were second most of the race. Enniskillen were in that pole position, and as the race comes through a 1,000-metre mark now, St. Joseph going through the 1,000-metre mark, and they still have a length over Enniskillen. There is half a length of Clearwater back to say Closhignaud and Castleconnell, and then back to Prez. But St. Joseph's are, as I see it now, are rowing very powerfully, and they're pushing their boat along. Enniskillen out here in lane 1, still going strongly. Somebody has given a shout in the Enniskillen boat to come on, and they really have picked up the rate now. This is something that I said earlier that they needed to do. They've picked up that rate, and their boat is moving much quicker now. You can see it. St. Joseph's on the other hand have gone for a push. You can see them really pushed for about 10 strokes, and they're still doing it, and they're holding that lead. Then there's a great battle going on for third and fourth position. That's still held by Closhignaud, who are leading Castleconnell, and then it's back to Prez. But no real change up front. You have the powerful rowing of St. Joseph's in the middle of the course there. Enniskillen are now trying to raise that rate. That's more difficult now with this headwind. The conditions do get trickier as you come down the course, and you get more impact from the crosswind, and particularly out here in lane 1. So as we hand you over to you shortly, they've just got through 500, the 1,500-metre mark eddy, and it looks like it's not going to be as close a race as but hopefully that's not a commentator's curse. It's St. Joseph's, followed by Enniskillen, and then Castleconnell, who are now nominally in third, followed by St. Closhignaud and Prez. Over to you, Eddie.
Yeah, coming in here now with about maybe 300 metres to go. It is St. Joseph's there in the centre in the white colours, in control, looking over to the right to Enniskillen on the far side. Doesn't look like it's going to be as close as it was yesterday in the 8th race, but it's still a great race. St. Joseph's here, who hit Enniskillen yesterday evening in the 8th race, looks to have a little bit more here now, but still the Enniskillen crew putting on a bit of a push here now, coming in towards the finish. But it's St. Joseph's from Enniskillen. St. Joseph's rowing very strongly, nice long strokes, driving along, keeping that clear water gap between themselves and Enniskillen this time. Not going to make it to the line like they did yesterday with inches to spare. This time it's St. Joseph's from Enniskillen, and a battle on here for third place between Castleconnell and Closhignaud, but it's St. Joseph's coming across the line from Enniskillen, with Castleconnell looking to take third position here. With St. Joseph's from Enniskillen and Castleconnell in third position.
So I'm back up here at the start now again, and the next race, which is race 326, men's intermediate double scull final, and Commercial on 1, Castleconnell B on 2, Muckross in 3, Muckross on 3, University of Limerick in 4, Three Castles in 5, and then UIG. So they're away, and good even start across the course. And as I look out, it's anybody's race. It's NUIG look prominent. University of Limerick have now come into the mix, as have Castleconnell and Commercial here beside me. So it's settling down. The only crew that has been dropped off the pace slightly is Three Castles, but up front is University of Limerick, followed by NUIG. So University of Limerick in lane 4, NUIG in 6, and Castleconnell in 2, and Commercial in 1, and then back to Muckross in 3, lane 3. But in the first 4 or 5 crews, there's about 2 lengths from start to finish, other than Three Castles, which have moved off the pace. But as the race settles down, and we're coming up here to about 350 metres, it's NUIG with a canvas over the University of Limerick, followed by Castleconnell and back to Commercial and then Muckross. This is a cracker of a race. It's we rode at quite a high tempo, high rating. The advantages are moving around quite a bit, particularly between NUIG, University of Limerick and Castleconnell. Those three, but clearly the leader at this point is over in lane 6, which is NUIG, followed by University of Limerick, followed by Castleconnell, and then there's Clearwater up to Commercial and back to Buckross. So as we move away through about 650 metres, it's nip and tuck between the looking at the order of the race. You would think that the two crews in the middle who would have won these heats would be out in the lead, but there's actually the crew on lane 6 that's holding the lead. That's NUIG, and then you have in lane 2 you have Castleconnell and University of Limerick, who's in lane 4. Muckross, who's in lane 3, who would have won one of the heats, has fallen back. But up front, there's a lot of pushing and pressure being applied, and coming out best of that is NUIG over in lane 6 on the enclosure side. Then it's neck and neck then between Castleconnell and University of Limerick. Conditions are quite good, but there's a cross headwind. Conditions at this point, going through, coming up to 1,000 metre, are nice rowing conditions. As I come up to the 1,000 metre mark, the conditions, the position hasn't changed, but Castleconnell seem to be moving. They're both fastest at this point in time. They certainly have come up on University of Limerick, and whether they're making inroads into NUIG, I'm not sure, but I get they've taken their rate up. We'll move up a bit, Joe, and we'll just see what impact Castleconnell are having on this race. And they're certainly having an impact. They have moved through University of Limerick. This is a powerful stretch of rowing by Castleconnell. They've come right up in NUIG. If they can keep this going, they'll certainly have a great chance of winning this race. Although NUIG is down out to half a length between NUIG. NUIG, I'm sure, will look over. They've been going very well. It's up to Castleconnell to push back at them now and see they're about 2/3 of a length down now, and that enormous push that Castleconnell. Sorry, we're just moving back here. So I'll be handing over to you shortly, Eddie. But over on the enclosure side, you have NUIG with the red colour of Castleconnell out there in lane 2. They're overlapping as they head up to the 500 metre mark, but it looks like that NUIG has a slight advantage with University of Limerick in the middle. Over to Eddie.
This is the final of the men's intermediate double sculls. So on the near side here you have NUIG, who look to have a lead from Castleconnell in the red on the far side, and in the centre there you have UL. So the crews are Commercial in lane 1, Castleconnell B in lane 2, Muckross in lane 3, UL in lane 4, Three Castles in lane 5, and NUIG in lane 6. And it's the NUIG crew here in this side of the lake. And they have taken it out. Castleconnell, big push coming on from Castleconnell here in the centre, in the red, coming up. They were behind UL, but now they've slowed ahead of UL. And it looked like Castleconnell maybe putting pressure on the NUIG crew here in the near side. They may well have taken the NUIG It looks like NUIG, or Castletown now from NUIG. That's going from Castletown from being in 4th position not so long ago to being in 1st position now. It is definitely Castletown with Clearwater from NUIG on the near side and UL in the centre. Great rowing from Castletown. Great rowing coming up to the finish line with about 2 lengths of Clearwater at this stage from NUIG on the near side. Castletown, NUIG from UL. Home Commercial on the far side.
The next race which is in progress is the women's intermediate Cox 4 between Skibbereen, Shandon, NUIG, DULBC A, UL Rowing Club A and Commercial. The crews are still about 100 metres away from me. They've got back as far as just 600 metres out from the start. So it looks like NUIG have moved out there in lane 3. Okay, so they're up close. I can tell you as it is, it's NUIG in lane 4 out front, followed by University of Limerick, followed by Commercial, DULBC, Shandon and back to Skibbereen. But no doubt who's out in front again is NUIG, who are having a good weekend here at the championships, and it looks like they have it's theirs to lose now by University of Limerick. I'm sure we hope to have something to say about that come the last couple of 100 metres, but at this moment in time it's we might move up there, Joe, and we'll see what it is between NUIG and University of Limerick. University of Limerick in lane 5, while NUIG are in lane 3. So out in front you have NUIG, who are stealing a bit of a march in the field. They have opened up maybe 3/4 of a length of Clearwater over University of Limerick, then DULBC, then Commercial, Shandon and back to Skibbereen. Crews are quite strung out at this stage, but no doubt that NUIG are rowing very well, dealing with the conditions very well. They get their hands down and away and not catching any of these slight waves. But University of Limerick are powering along over there. They're not by any means out of this race. We have to hang back here just to avoid any but it's still NUIG who are out in front, followed. They're probably, as I look from behind there, they're probably half a length of Clearwater over University of Limerick. If University of Limerick want to get back into it, they need to start moving a bit, kind of to take this back gradually. There's about 700 metres to go, a lot of rowing still to be done. They could turn this around, although if I look at the NUIG crew, they're rowing at a high tempo, they're really trying very, very hard, so and it's working for them. So still no change up front. Good battle going on here for third, fourth and fifth position. In fact, all four crews, other than the two up first and second, are across the course here and pretty level, not more than a half a length separating the four crews, third, fourth and fifth position. So that they're having their own battle. But up front you have NUIG, who looks to me now have about a length of clear water over University of Limerick, and they may be extending that lead. And then it's another length and a half of clear water back to Shandon, who looks just ahead of the other four crews, possibly Commercial, the ULBC and Skibbereen. So it's those four crews are having their own battle for third and fourth position. But as Eddie, I'll hand over to you now, as NUIG are powering through the middle there with University of Limerick on the enclosure. Over to you.
Thanks, Con. This is the final of the women's intermediate cock fours. And in the centre there, in the light colours, that's NUIG, who have got clear water from UL on the near side. Cruising this way, so Skibbereen in lane 1, Shandon in lane 2, NUIG in lane 3, CULBC in lane 4, UL in lane 5, and Commercial in lane 6. But it is the NUIG crew out ahead, looking back at the rest of the field. NUIG from the University of Limerick there on the near side. And a great battle going on for third and fourth and fifth. But it's up ahead, it's striding ahead with 3 or 4 lengths of clear water. It is NUIG from coming into the finish, rowing very strongly, not letting up at all, stretching that lead, if anything, coming up towards the line with about 50 metres to go. It is NUIG from UL, Shandon in third position at this stage. And a great battle going on behind, but up ahead it's NUIG from UL, from Shandon, Skibbereen, battling it out for third and fourth. With NUIG, winners of the women's intermediate cock scores.
Now on the podium is race number 35, the men's junior Cox Ford, $10 for Joseph Rosa.
Just to give you an update as to where we are in the programme, we're sitting here waiting for the next race to start with a slight break, and it is the Women's Junior 18 8s. And in this race we have Commercial, St Michael's, Cork, Clochignaw, Skibbereen and Enniskillen. And the crews are now getting back onto the stakeboard. Most of them are attached, and we should be on its way in the next, I would say, 3 or 4 minutes. This is always an interesting race and a good race, so we're looking forward to it. Good competitive race. So we're just getting aligned. The 8s are just slight difficulties with the cross headwind. They're being blown slightly across, so there's a number of boats kind of drifting across. So the starter is giving them directions as to how to straighten up their boat. So we're very close to being ready, I think. Yes, we're still working on getting these boats straight, particularly out in lanes 1 and 2 and 3. Over in lane 6, they don't see in 5 and 6, they don't seem to be the same problem. There's a shelter of the bank over there, so, but conditions are still very fine. The wind is coming up slightly, it's still very rowable. Starter is giving instructions to commercial in lane 1 and St. Michael's in 2, get the boats being blown across slightly, so I think it's called 2 minutes, so nice and flashing, so we should be hopefully on our way and get a good team start and a good result. And they're away. So there's plenty noise, plenty shouting, plenty cheering, getting them going, and it's a fantastic start. They're all 6 crews. There is the canvas between them as we go through the first 150 metres. So as we go through the first 250, it's nip and tuck. St. Michael's in lane 2 have a canvas. Enniskillen over in lane 6 are ominously moving up a bit on the field, although St. Michael's are nip and tuck with them. They're level. St. Glashig Nod has moved back slightly. As have Skibbereen and Cork, and so out in front, the 3 leading crews is Enniskillen has a canvas on St. Michael's, who are half a length up on Glashig Nod. And then you have Cork, Commercial and Skibbereen. So this is a great race. It's settling down now, swinging into it. And as we come through the 500 metre mark, it looked like that Enniskillen had moved a little bit, but as we go through 500, it's St. Michael's are a canvas up in Enniskillen. It's a great battle going on here between Commercial and St. Michael's, but still keep an eye on Enniskillen over on lane 6. So you have the crews kind of been spread out a little bit, and they're quite a bit apart. So you have out in front Enniskillen and St. Michael's. They're the clear leaders of this race. They have a length on Glashig Nod and Commercial, but Enniskillen are making a bit of a move over in lane 6, and they have taken 3 seats. I can see the bow of the St. Michael's crew now at the 4th seat of the Enniskillen crew. So St. Michael's need to hang in there. They see that Enniskillen are pushing very hard. They're taking the initiative over there, but it's up to St. Michael's. I can see the stroke St. Michael's crew across from me here. She's really pushing her crew. She's getting that over through the water, and Enniskillen are got into it. It has been kind of a bit nip and tuck, as you would think. Enniskillen move up, but in fact St. Michael's now have moved back on them. They've taken 2 seats back from them. So it's St. Michael's, as I look at it across from here, they have good boat speed. They slightly choppier water. No doubt as we come down here, Enniskillen has the best of the water over in lane 6. St. Michael's have a little choppier as a commercial. Got a little choppier here as well, out in lane 1. So it's up to St. Michael's to hang in there for as long as they can in the hope of making it count over the last 500 metres. And do my best to stay with the race where you don't want to wash anybody out or go too close to any of the crews. But it's over in lane 6 on the enclosure side. This is a great race. St. Michael's are probably about a third of a length down on Enniskillen, but they're very much in this race. If they look across, Enniskillen are not gaining them. I can see the cocks from St. Michael's urging her crew along. So it's up to them now to kind of keep it going over this last. We've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark. We've about 700 metres to go. So I'm going to pull back here from lane 1. So I'll be handing over to you, Eddie. Maybe, but there is no change up front. It's still Enniskillen on lane 6 who are rowing very well, moving their boat. You can see well. St. Michael's are probably 3/4 of a length off them at this stage. They need to move now. They need to get, and they might do that because Commercial are pushing them. So Commercial might push them to push up on Enniskillen. So I'm getting maybe through the gap here, and I might have to follow it for a little bit longer, maybe close to the 500 metre mark. But as I know, lots of people are interested in this race. Particularly up front, it's Enniskillen, and I would say that St. Michael's are probably half a length back on them now. It's hard to think, just get the right angle. It's half a length I would call it at this stage. And so St. Michael's do need to move now. They need to get a push on. Just gone through 500 metre mark. They're still well in this race. It's all to do with the run-in. So Eddie, I'm going to hand over to you with Enniskillen over lane 6, St. Michael's in lane 2 and Commercial in lane 1. Then back to St. Joseph's and Cork and back to Skibbereen. So over to the Eddie.
Okay, coming in with about 250 metres to go. It's Enniskillen here on the near side from St. Michael's over in lane 2. That's cracker of a race, but it looks like Enniskillen have that advantage coming into the finish. It's Enniskillen from St. Michael's. There's the two out ahead. Commercial on the far side. Probably have secured third position, but up front it is Enniskillen from St. Michael's. St. Michael's now with a push here. Have they done enough here to move up ahead of Enniskillen? It's St. Michael's now making a break here at the finish. St. Michael's moving up ahead, I think, of Enniskillen at this stage. So it's St. Michael's now has just moved ahead, and they've moved ahead well. They've moved ahead. There's clear water now just between, just about, maybe not that much, but they are ahead. There's definitely St. Michael's ahead of Enniskillen. Enniskillen now with a big push coming into the line. This is like the men's 8 yesterday. This is the women's 8 today. It's St. Michael's and Enniskillen coming up to the line. Nothing between them.
result of that very tight finish in the women's junior 8 is a win for Enniskillen over St Michael's.
Okay, so we're back up here at the 500 metre mark and the final race before, I was going to say the lunch break, but of course it's more like morning coffee. It's only 11 o'clock in the day, so this is the final race before racing recommences around 12 o'clock. So we have McEnroe Sligo. This is the women's club single scull. Sheehan of Kenmare, Sullivan of Killorglin, Donoghue of Sligo, Kelly of University of Limerick, McCormack of Queen. And as I picked them up here at the 1,000 metre mark, it's Queens of McCormack of Queens from Killorglin, and that's Sullivan of Killorglin. So the scullers all fine getting into their rhythm. There's 4 or 5 lengths of a difference between first and last. The sculler here beside me, Sligo, is in 6th position, but the lead is over in lane 6, McCormack of Queens, followed by Sullivan of Killorglin, followed by Sheehan of Kenmare, so as I settle down and I get a look across the course, it's McCormack of Queens out in front, followed by Sullivan of Killorglin, followed by O'Donoghue of Sligo, followed by Sheehan of Kenmare and University of Limerick Kelly, and then back a distance to McEnroe of Sligo. So that's the order. So it's Queens out in front, followed by Killorglin, followed by Sligo, followed by Kenmare and University of Limerick, and then back to Sligo. So the scullers are spread out a little bit, and the McCormack of Queens is pushing ahead over in lane 6. Then in the middle of the course we have a bit of a battle going on between Donoghue, who's trying to get back at the Killorglin sculler, and then back to Kenmare and University of Limerick. So we're going through the 1,000 metre mark, no change up front. The second and third sculler are making no real impression on McCormack from Queens. The only change that's happening is that the Donoghue from Sligo is beginning to gain a little bit on Killorglin. The Killorglin sculler is now trying to hold her off and push on herself, and this in turn may push them up on the leader, which is McCormack, which is out in lane 6. But nevertheless, no real change. So lane 6 beside the enclosure. Okay, we've got close to the bank here, but I think we've recovered, Joe, and we're back in business again. But I'm behind the race here now, but no change as I can see it up front, and I don't think no change in the distance between the scullers. So you've McCormack, lane 6 out in front, followed by nip and tuck between Killorglin and Sligo Sculler O'Donoghue, and then followed by Kenmare, and followed by University of Limerick, and back to Sligo. But I think there's no doubt that the second and third scullers need to get moving now fast. They look strong, they look to be rowing well, but not obviously as well as McCormack from Queens, who's hanging in, who's holding on, rowing very well. She's been in command of this race all the way through. The other two scullers are trying hard. They're competing with each other for second and third, but they're not making any inroads into the leading sculler. So we're not too far away. We're about 600 metres from the finish. Again, conditions, while they're a little bit more choppy than there were other days, they're still very rowable. The wind is quite a crosswind, particularly around the 500 metre mark here, particularly out in stations 1 and 2. But again, as they come into the enclosures there, there's no change any. It's still Queens who's in lane 6, followed now by Sligo in lane 4, that's O'Donoghue, followed by O'Sullivan from Killorglin, followed then with the battle between University of Limerick and Kenmare, followed by the other Sligo scullers. So over to you, Eddie.
This is the final of the Women's Club Single Sculls. And over here on the near side is McCormack from Queen's University, Belfast. Out ahead with the other two scullers in the centre there, who are Sligo, Donoghue and Killorglin. Sullivan closing the gap, I think, closing the gap on McCormack here on the near side, coming in towards the finish. It looks like the Sligo sculler has the slight advantage over the Killorglin sculler, but it's Queens here, McCormack on the near side, but there is a big push here from the Sligo boat, the red boat there in the centre, making a move here, coming up to the finish. Very close, Sligo, McCormack from Queens on the near side, nothing in it between the two of them. This is where the race is happening now, between Sligo and Queens. Nothing in it, it looks like Queens maybe slightly ahead again. Very little in it, maybe half a canvas, and the Queen's sculler just taking it up there now the last couple of strokes to move slightly ahead of this Sligo sculler. Looks like Queen from Sligo, from Killorglin, coming into the finish.
turn off that music, please? microphone because of the music and the copyright.
very dangerous for homeless people. Father McVeigh said today will be particularly challenging for them.
Because all the drop-in centres are closed, where the places they could go to get out of the sun, have a cup of tea, get some refreshments, they're all closed.
Well, on the continent, wildfires are continuing to rage across Europe, causing thousands to evacuate. Strong winds and hot summer weather hampered efforts to battle a blaze burning in a forest in France. Several other nations, including Portugal, Spain and Greece, are also dealing with extensive fires. Temperatures climb there into the 40s. Back home, the rotating Taoiseach deals being put into doubt by Fianna Fáil TDs. The Irish Mail on Sunday reports a significant number are warning they won't support Leo Varadkar's term unless Neil Martin stands down as party leader. A vote due to take place in December as part of the call for the programme for government. Political correspondent with Sunday Independent, Hugh O'Connell, feels it's a tight coverage by Fianna Fáil rebels.
This is probably just a bit of brinkmanship on the part of some Fianna Fáil TDs who would like the Taoiseach to set a date for when he will step down as leader of the party in advance of the next general election.
And Marks and Spencer is removing gas before dates for more than 300 fruit and vegetable products as it tries to reduce food waste. The UK retailer is scrapping the packaging detail to encourage customers to use their judgment of whether food is good to eat. It's 2 minutes past 12.
This summer, Disney Plus brings you unbelievable entertainment for an unbelievable price. Stream Marvel Studios' Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Disney's stunning animation Encanto.
I will see the magic.
And don't miss the brand new season of Pretty...
Versailles Lowry is in a tie for 13th on 7 under, and Dubliner David Perry is 4 under.
to yesterday evening, so and then they have their finals today. So those races were brought forward because of that predicted weather. Anyway, we've gone through 1,000 metres. Commercial leading Neptune, but only just out in front by about 3 lengths now at this point, even 4 lengths. Back to the crew in lane 4, Lee Valley. That's the 1, 2, 3 and a half length back to Clonmel, and a couple of lengths back to Coláiste Ignoid, and another length or so back to Tralee. So, time trial 1 as they head down the course in this wonderful, beautiful afternoon here in Coachford, County Cork. Sunday afternoon, finals day. We've got some big races coming up. We've got 6 finals, including this junior double sculls later on today. We've the men's novice 8s, the men's junior 80 doubles I mentioned there, yep, the men's intermediate coxed 4s, the women's senior 8s, the women's junior 18 quad, and the men's senior 8s. So both the men's and senior 8s finals coming up right up to 14:55 this afternoon. So as you watch this race develop down the tracks towards you, we'll watch it for another little bit. Neptune now taking the lead right over there, well, they're on your side. Neptune in lane 6 on the near side in the green and black, leading the way here. Time trial 1, men's junior 16 doubles. They've about a length possibly now or more on Commercial on the far side. So lanes 1 and 6, 1, 2. So they must be 4 or 5 lengths ahead now of the crew in lane 4, which is Lee Valley, and then they've a length and a half back in Clonmel, and as the Jez crew push up then beside them in lane 3, and then a couple of lengths back to Tralee. So we'll watch the 1500 Con. So myself and Con will be doing, I'll be handing over to Con there in the finish tower to take these races home with you, and we'll hopefully go down with some of these races as far as we can, because we've got the best seat in the house here as long as we don't have to pull back. So as you see it coming closer to you through the 1500 now, well through Neptune on the near side, Commercial on the far side, 1, 2, then a couple of lengths back to Lee Valley, and then a couple of lengths back to Coláiste Ignoid. They're in 4th now, and a half a length back to Clonmel B, and then Tralee. So Con, we'll hand this one over to you to pick up whenever you're ready there. Time trial 1, men's junior 16 doubles, and we'll head back up for the next one.
Yes, as you can see for yourself, you have the green and black of Neptune on the near side, and Commercial, lighter colours of Commercial on the far side. And then, as Jory says, you have Lee Valley, Coláiste Ignoid, Clonmel B, and Tralee in the other positions. So important to remain is this is not winning a race. It's you have to produce the time to get to into the 6 fastest out of all these 8 races. It's a tall order for anybody to get through, but give them a good encouragement. Make sure that they keep going over that last 200 to 300 meters. So the first heat of the men's junior 18 double scull. So it looks like that the first cross the line in this one is going to be Neptune, followed by Commercial, followed by Lee Valley, it looks like, by Coláiste Ignoid, Tralee, and Clonmel. So Jerry, I'll hand back to you as the crews of this first heat across the line here. I'll hand back to you to update us on the second one.
Yes, thank you, Con. Well underway here through the 1,000 metre mark. We've lane 1 on the far station, Skibbereen B, lane 2 Shannon A, lane 3 Skibbereen A, lane 4 Blackrock College Dublin, lane 5 Lee Rowing Club B, lane 6 Shandon B, and well out in front is the Skibbereen A crew in lane 3 in the middle. They must have 5, 6, 7 lengths and then it's absolutely dead level between the other Skibbereen B crew on the far station, lane 1. Well, they've moved out to a canvas now on Lee B, and then it's a couple of lengths back to the Shannon crew in lane 2, and then it's Blackrock in lane 4. So we have 5 crews, no overlaps at all here, but continuing to lead here through 12:50. It's the Skibbereen A crew from the Skibbereen B crew in lane 1 on the far station, and then a couple of lengths, as I said, back to Lee B in 3rd position. That's the 1, 2, 3 of this second time trial men's junior 16 doubles. You can see them coming close to you now through the 1500. The Skibbereen crew go, the B crew, from their A crew and the A crew leading from the B crew over in lane 1. That's the 1, 2 Skibbereen crews, and a couple of lengths back to Lee in lane 5 in the red and black, and a length back then to Shannon in lane 2. And then we have Shandon B. Don't see Shandon B. Blackrock then in 5th. So 5 crews. Shandon B don't seem to be in this. Shandon A rather in lane 4. I don't see them now. With just the sun glistens across the lake, difficult to pick them out in the afternoon sun. So that's it, Con, as they come towards you. I'll hand this over to you now.
So, Skibbereen with a commanding lead here. It's hard to think that they may not make that they wouldn't make the final. We don't know. Hopefully, they have to keep it going. Both seem to be moving very well. So I'd be surprised if they don't. But that's only pure speculation. It's over to the timers in the end of the day. So the Skibbereen heading for the finish line. They're going to be followed by the second Skibbereen. Then you have Lee. And then you have Shannon, Lee in the red here near the enclosure. Then you have Shannon just outside them, and they're followed home by Blackrock. As Jerry said earlier, there doesn't seem to be a Shandon crew in this race. So Jerry, I'll hand back to you as this race has just finished and the upgrade is on the 3rd heat.
Thank you, Con. Yes, time trial 3 now is approaching the halfway mark. We've got Enniskillen D in lane 1 on the far station. Lane 2 is Cappoquin. Lane 3 is Empty. Yep. Lane 4 is Shandon A. Lane 5 is Athlone B. And lane 6, Clonmel A. So as these crews approach us now, looking at them, a bit tighter than the last race now, looking at them, and it's looking like the crew in lane 2, Cappoquin, but actually Clonmel on the near station, I would guess are leading just about from the Cappoquin crew. But it's a time trial, and then Athlone in between them. That's the 1, 2, 3 as they go past us. So Clonmel leading the way here, the A crew on the near station in the blue and white, and then about a length and a half back. The other 2 crews are practically dead level. If anything, Athlone now pushed through into second from Cappoquin, and it's a considerable distance back then to Enniskillen. So four crews as they come down now through 1250. It's Clonmel A continuing to lead this time trial, this third time trial. They have a couple of lengths on the other two crews, the Athlone crew, the B crew, and the Cappoquin crew. So, and then Enniskillen D. So, I'm not sure where the Shandon crew is here. I see them coming down on the outside, so possibly they had some equipment or what, maybe, I'm not sure, we'll have to wait to see what happened there. But as they approach 1500 now, Clonmel continue to lead this time trial 3 from the other two crews who are quite close. You'll see the Cappoquin crew over there in lane 2 in the dark, and Athlone B in third position. Athlone very strong in sculling at the moment, and we'll see how they progress. They have three crews in this event. So as they approach it there, Con, you can see clearly there Clonmel on the near station leading the way home here from Cappoquin and Athlone. I'd say Cappoquin probably have their noses out front there in second position, and then followed by the Enniskillen crew over in lane 1. So we'll hand over to you to take this one, and we'll go back up and we'll pick up time trial 4 men's junior 16 doubles.
Okay, thanks Jerry. As you can see, this is a tighter race, which is good for the crews involved, because it does keep the pressure on them, keeps pushing them for the line, being a time trial. So we've Clonmel and Athlone close to us here in lane 6 and lane 5. Clonmel, and then Cappoquin over on lane 2 on the far side. So Athlone are pushing Clonmel, so that will do Clonmel a favour, hopefully. It will mean that they will produce a fast time, and hopefully the second crew may get into the time trial as well. So this is the advantage to some extent of having a good, tough, tight race. It brings up the time and helps you in the long run. So give them a good cheer, give them a good sculling. Clonmel, Athlone, Cappoquin, and then we're back to Enniskillen, who are fourth. And as the Enniskillen scullers just crossed the line now, we'll hand back to Jerry to give us the update on the next race.
Thank you, Con. Yeah, time trial 4, and we have on the far station St Michael's D from Limerick, lane 2 Shannon B, lane 3 Enniskillen C crew, lane 4 the Lee A crew, lane 5 Athlone A, and lane 6 Castleconnell C. And out in front, we're looking at the Lee A crew in lane 4, leading this by a couple of lengths from Castleconnell in second position in lane 6 on the near side, and then followed in third position by Shannon. Rowing Club B crew. They're the 1, 2, 3. And a couple of lengths back then to the St. Michael's crew, the D crew from St. Michael's Limerick. 4 crews in this. In 4th position, followed by Athlone and Enniskillen. So again, another time trial, very well spread out. You'll get that in these time trials, and randomly picked draws to pick the fastest 6 crews to make it through to the final later on. I haven't got the time here in front of me, but it's later on this afternoon. However, this race probably won't change position-wise. And through the 1500 metres now is the Lee A crew, followed by the Shannon crew, who are into 2nd. And then into 3rd position on the near station is Castleconnell C. They're practically level now at Shannon as they push into 2nd. So Castleconnell 2nd now from Shannon, and a couple of lengths back to St. Michael's on the far station in lane 4. And Athlone and Enniskillen. So as this crew race progresses down all through the 1500 nearly, it's the crew from the Lee A in the red and black. You'll see them there in lane 4, and then not much between the next 2 crews. You'll have to watch them as they come closer to you. In the near side, Castleconnell C and the Shannon crew. And then St. Michael's over in lane 1, the D crew from St. Michael's. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 with Athlone and then Enniskillen. So we'll hand you back. I'll hand over to your other Con to take this one to the line.
Okay, thanks Jerry. As you said, you have the prominent red colours out there in the centre of the course, which is Lee A, and then Castleconnell C here on the near side. And then Athlone A putting in a big effort to get up level with Castleconnell, but the winners have a good commanding lead. They seem to be moving well. This might be a fast heat, you never know. But
Thank you, Con. Time trial 5 now, well past 1,000 metres. And we have lane 1 empty on the far station, lane 2 St. Michael's Limerick, lane 3 Skibbereen, lane 4 Enniskillen B, lane 5 Shannon, lane 6 Carloway. And Carloway on the near station, you can see there, if you're looking through binoculars, are leading the way here. They have a couple of lengths, and the other 2 crews fighting each other for a good time to make that final later on is the St. Michael's crew on the far station and the Skibbereen crew in lane 3. Lane 1 is empty, so St. Michael's Limerick lane 2, Skibbereen lane 3. So Carlow leading, maybe a couple of lengths, possibly rowing well from Skibbereen, a couple of lengths maybe, and a half a length back to St. Michael's in the far station in lane 1. That's the 1, 2, 3, and then it's a few lengths back to Shannon and Enniskillen B crew. So the only only change to the positions here, I guess, is on the far side, the lanes 2 and 3, St Michael's Limerick and Skibbereen, as to who gets the second position. But again, it's against the clock, and it's a good position to be in with the St Michael's and the Skibbereen crew fighting each other, which will get them down, get them a faster time. There's no doubt about that. If you're beside another crew, you'll push each other, and looking for the top 6 times for the grand final of the men's junior 18 doubles later on. That's what this is all about. It's not winning heats, coming in first or second. It's about getting the fastest 6 times out of all these time trials, these 8 time trials coming down towards you. This is time trial 5, but leading the way here is Carl Away on the near side. I'm looking at the St Michael's Limerick crew in lane 2 in second, followed by Skibbereen in third, and then Shannon C, and then Enniskillen B. Con, I'll leave this with you to take them home safely.
Okay, Jerry, thank you. This looks like a fairly fast heat, but again, that's only my speculation. The Carlow crew here near the enclosure looks to be moving very swiftly and smoothly along, but you never know. But they need to keep their skids on, because St Michael's are moving very strongly over there in the far station 2. So it's a close run thing. So it's Carlow. I find it hard to call which one is in the lead between Carlow and St Michael's. It's a close, very close call. Followed by Skibbereen. Then Enniskillen and Shannon C. So give them a cheer. It's a close race, tight race. They're going right to the line. So again, Jerry, as the crews finish in that race, I'll hand back to you to take up the next one.
Yes, thank you, Con. We have a little breather here. This race is not. We were at the 1,000 metre mark, and this one is a little. We've a little more time here as we watch them coming towards us. So I just have a chat with you while I'm waiting for them. But we've got time trial 6. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2 is Athlone C crew. Lane 3 is the commercial C crew. Lane 4 is the Sligo B crew. Lane 5 is the commercial A crew, and Lane 6 Graiguenamanagh A crew. Might leave out the A, B's and C's here now as we talk about the names of the clubs when they come closer to me. But watching them here now, it looks to me like yes, we see 5 boats, so everybody's coming down, and the Athlone C crew in lane 2. And so the Athlone C crew, the winner of the junior single sculls is in this boat, Don Claffey. So you can see why they're out in front. Very strong looking crew coming at me here at the moment. In lane 2 on the far station. They have a couple of lengths down on the crew from commercial. The C crew from commercial, and then on the near side, quite close between the other commercial boat and Graiguenamanagh. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4 now as they go through 1,000 metres. We're at the 1,000 now, and here we go through the 1,000. Time trial 6. Athlone in lane 2, leading the way here. Looking nice and comfortable, but they've got to work hard. They're not racing the other crews; they're racing themselves. They need a good time. There'll be lots of other good crews now and other time trials, so they need to keep pushing along here and looking comfortable at least anyway. They've got about 3 to 4 lengths on the commercial crew in lane 3, who've got a couple of lengths back to the other commercial crew, the A crew in lane 5, and then on the near side where you are, Greg Namana in 4th, and then back to the Sligo crew. So that's it, yeah, we've got the positions. I don't believe there'll be any change from the Athlone crew in Athlone in lane 2 in the far station. They're out in front, they're pushing for a fast time from the commercial crew beside them in lane 3. That's the 1-2 as we watch them move on down the tracks here, well through 1000 now, everybody through that, and this fantastic, gorgeous afternoon, final day here in Coachford, County Cork, in the National Rowing Centre. So, Athlone lead the way here. We've got 2 more time trials in this junior 18s, under 19s we call them, junior, we call them just junior doubles, men's junior doubles coming towards you. Athlone leading the way in lane 2, as I said, from commercial, and then a couple of lengths back to the other commercial crew, and a length and a half back then to the Greg Namana crew. And then we have the Sligo crew. So well spread out here. I don't believe there'll be any change in the positions as they head down into the last 600-700 metres. We've got 2 more, as I said, coming up for you. And then followed by the heats of the intermediate Cops 4s, the men's. They should be good. And then we've got the women's junior 18 quads. They'll be really fast and furiously coming at you. So these are really good races following these time trials. But Con, as they head through 1500, you can see they're well spread out now, and no change there with the Athlone crew in the far station leading the way here from commercial. They're next beside them in lane 3, and that's the 1-2. As we head back down to pick up the time trial 7. So I'll let you take this one home, Con.
Thanks, Jerry. As he says, Athlone are well out in front, over on the far side. The dark singlets of green singlets of Athlone, followed by commercial. Commercials, 2 crews of commercial, and then we've Greg Namana who are on lane 6. Over here close to the enclosure, and we have Sligo B who are a bit further back. So quite a gap here. So this is probably significant for the crews at 2nd and 3rd and 4th in the context of a time trial. So hopefully the leading crew has done enough to make it through. They'll have to keep it going right to the finish. But it's going to be tough on the other crews in this race to make that time trial. So we've 2 commercial crews now who are 2nd and 3rd, and then we've Greg Namana. Back to Sligo B. Yes, these time trials are tough going. You become kind of detached from the race. It's not a race, and you have to keep it going on your own. So that makes it difficult. So Jerry, I'll hand you back now for the time trial number 7.
Yes, thank you, Colin. So we are into the second half of time trial 8, junior 18 boys doubles. In lane 2, Enniskillen, lane 3, Castleconnell, lane 4, St Michael's Limerick, lane 5, Muckross, lane 6, Commercial Dublin, and out in front on the far station, but I think the Sligo, but the St Michael's crew on the near station in lane 6, that's the 1-2. St Michael's probably at this point pushing through the Sligo crew. So it's the crews on either side of the course. St Michael's on the near side and Sligo on the far station, that's the 1-2, and then a couple of lengths back then to Methody College Belfast in lane 3, and another 2 to 3 lengths back to Carlow, followed up by the Tralee crew. So another race spread out, no overlaps, almost like ahead of the river watching this as they come down towards you. We've come up to 1500 now, and I think St Michael's have pushed in front, and this is good because Sligo and St Michael's will work off each other now for that fast time. Will these two crews make the final top 6 times into the grand final? We'll have to wait and see, but it looks one of the better races. It looks a little quicker than some of them that have gone down. We'll have to just watch this. St Michael's probably got their noses in front now as we watch them go by there with about 300 metres to go. So watching this, Con, we've got St Michael's on the inside. I'm guessing they're leading from Sligo on the far station. Both crews now going at it, getting that fast time from the Methody College Belfast crew going well in 3rd position, and then 3 or 4 lengths back to Carlow, and then we have the Tralee B crew. So I'll hand over to you, Colin, as I go back up and take the last of these time trials, men's juniors 18 doubles.
Thanks, Jerry. And we now have St Michael's here on the near side, the blue and gold of St Michael's, and then we have on the far side Sligo. So as Jerry said, this looked like a fast race. Definitely St Michael's boat is moving quickly, and as are Sligo over on the far side, and coming through the middle we have Methody. Methody is a crew in the middle of the course there, and then it's back to Tralee and Carlow. As Tralee crossed the finishing line, I'll hand back now to Jerry for the final number 8 time trial and the final time trial. So over to you, Jerry.
Right, Con, yeah. Last time trial in lane 2 on the far station, Enniskillen, lane 3, Castleconnell, lane 4, St Michael's, lane 5, Muckross, Commercial D in the near station, and lane 6. They're all through 1,000 metre mark, and it's a good Enniskillen crew I'm looking at here in lane 2 on the far side, leading the way by a couple of lengths, a good couple of lengths from Castleconnell beside them in lane 3. They have a half a length then on the Muckross crew in lane 5. And then it's another good length back to the Commercial crew right over on the inside, and then St Michael's B crew. So again, there's only one overlap here between the 2nd and 3rd crew. That's Castleconnell and Muckross. So leading the way here in this last time trial. Once this is over, then They'll be all frantically looking to see who's made this final, and it'll all become totally transparent to you now when they get these results out. So leading the way is the Enniskillen A crew, looking very good. Just thinking about that fantastic Junior 8s race yesterday, and how St. Joseph's, the Bish, caught them in the 8, the boys 8. This double looking quite good, but this is stiff competition here, and we'll have to wait and see if this time we'll get them to the final. They're right over there in lane 1. And lane 2 rather, followed by Castleconnell, followed by the Muckross crew and Commercial and St. Michael's B crew. So there might be, I doubt if there'll be any changes from that lineup, Connors. We'll hand over to you.
Okay, Jerry, thanks for that. This, as I said, is time trial number 8. And Enniskillen are out in front, followed by Castleconnell, I believe. It's difficult to see at this stage. Castleconnell, which I think is Muckross. They may be. So as I look down the course, it's Enniskillen A, and then it's a battle between Castleconnell, I think, and Muckross, who are in lane 5, and then back to Commercial. But as Jerry said earlier on, it looks like Enniskillen are rowing very well, rowing very strongly. And there's a good battle between Muckross and Castleconnell. So into the last couple of 100 metres, we have Enniskillen rowing very strongly. And then it's a good battle for the next 2 crews, being Muckross here and near the enclosure, and Castleconnell, the red colour in the middle. Both of them are really going for it. Muckross looks like they're trying to pinch second position from Castleconnell, who are now upping their rate of striking as well, and to hold off that push coming from Muckross. Then it's back to St. Michael's and Commercial. That completes the time trials, and as Jerry says, the results will be published very shortly, I'm sure. It's going to be interesting. There was a very good competition there between the various heats. So next we're going to move on to the men's intermediate Cox 4, and we have 2 heats there. So I will hand over to you, Jerry.
Yeah, here we are now, Colin. We have Heat A of the men's intermediate Cox 4s, and they have gone through 650, 700 metres at this point. And we have in lane 2 Enniskillen, lane 3 Neptune A, lane 4 UCD Boat Club, lane 5 Skibbereen, lane 6 the Neptune B crew. And right out in front is UCD, but less than a length between them and Skibbereen, and then about another length back to the Neptune A crew, and another length back to the Neptune B crew, and another length and a half back to Enniskillen. 3 crews will qualify for the grand final later on this afternoon of this men's intermediate Cox 4s. UCD having a good regatta, a good championship regatta as they approach the halfway mark now. The first half of this race is over. They've gone through. UCD lead in lane 4 in the middle there. You can see them clearly as you look down in your binoculars or strain your eyes. And then it's a length back to Skibbereen and a length back to Neptune A crew. They're the 3 leading positions right now. the B crew from Neptune on the inside in lane 6 in 4th, a couple of lengths adrift, and then another length, just they have a little bit of clear water on Enniskillen over there in the yellow Empaka in lane 2. So we got 3 crews to qualify. And what happens here, totally different to the time trials you were watching earlier on, is that once they get out and they break clear, they can start taking their foot off the pedal and just do enough to qualify. Although UCD look like they want to win it, they're out there from the Skibbereen crew, rowing very nicely. Watching them, there's no pressure coming from them at all. From Skibbereen, they've a little over a length, and then they've a length on the Neptune A crew over there on the other side of the river, of the lake. So these 3 crews have broken clear now from Neptune B and Enniskillen. There must be about 2-3 lengths, so it's beginning to become clearer now as to who qualify here. 3 crews into the final, and then the Heat B coming up after this. Another 3 crews will qualify from 5 boats as well. So 10 entries, 5 in each heat, 3 go through. Very simple. And 2 crews will be dropped. And right now it's the Neptune B crew and the Enniskillen crew in either side of the lake in lanes 2 and 6. But in the middle, it's UCD rowing along there, dropping the rate all the time as they head down towards you. We watch it heading to 1500 now, and UCD leading from Skibbereen and Neptune, who are they're level again. They're their level. They're just going along beside each other, and they can afford to relax now, all these 3 leading crews, knowing that they just need to take it home over the last 500. So into the last quarter, Heat A men's intermediate Cox 4s, 3 qualify. UCD, University College Dublin, leading here by a couple of lengths from the Neptune Dublin crew and the Skibbereen Rowing Club crew in 3rd position. That's the way I see it here now. As we hand over to you, Con, it's very, very clear there as you look at them, the 1, 2, 3, Enniskillen pushing through the 2nd Neptune boat in 4th and 5th, but they won't make it back, it's too far. I'll hand over to you, Con.
Thanks, Gary, and as you can see, UCD are out in front. This is the intermediate 4s, which is always a nice event to win. I always think intermediate events are good events to win because it means that you have a good centre core in your club, building for become seniors in the future and with senior championships or whatever. So it's good. It's a good event, particularly in the universities. So it's UCD out in front, followed by Neptune and Skibbereen, who are neck and neck for 2nd and 3rd position. But as Jerry says, they're going to qualify. Then you have Enniskillen and the 2nd Neptune crew on 3rd and 4th and 5th. So they're just moving their boats along, getting it home, so to speak. And Skibbereen is just happy with 3rd position and it's not challenging the Neptune situation, but so that's it. UCD, Neptune and Skibbereen, then followed by Enniskillen and then 2nd Neptune crew. Jerry, back to you for the next heat.
Thank you, Con. So we are at 1,000 metres halfway point for Heat B of the men's intermediate Cox 4s, and we have lane 1 on the far station is empty, and lane 2 Cork Boat Club, lane 3 is the DUBCA crew, lane 4 Shandon, lane 5 NUI Galway, and on the near station University of Limerick Rowing Club. 3 crews qualified, with 2 crews will be dropped, and looking at them heading towards me now, there's a breakaway here, 3 crews. In lane 3 is the DUBCA crew. Looks like they're out in front at the moment, but we watch them as they come up close to us now. We're about just before the 1,000 metre mark. DUBCA, yeah, and the black boat coming towards us with the white tops. and then it's practically nothing in it then between the second and third crew, which is the University of Limerick Rowing Club on the near station, and possibly a third of a length between them and NUI Galway. So they're the three leading crews, and they've got a good couple of lengths then on the Cork Boat Club crew in lane 2. Cork, of course, won the senior fours on the first day. Seems like a long time ago, but they've got the big 8 coming up later. But their intermediate crew now has fallen behind here, and they're not in the leading the qualifying positions. So we don't have a Shandon crew here, so I'm seeing 4 crews, 1 to get dropped. So as we move down along here, very relaxing afternoon watching these guys rowing, but it's not relaxing for them now as they try to come down this course and qualify for the final. But as we see it though, we've got 3 crews out in front. There's not much between them. They know they've dropped the Cork Boat Club crew over on the far station in lane 2, so they're playing a little bit of cat and mouse here as they come up to about 12:50. So right now the UL crew and the NUIG crew are catching up with the DUBC crew on the far station in the black boat. So they're practically all dead level now. So it all depends on does somebody want to win this and just show their cards a little more before the final, or are they happy enough to qualify in any of these 1, 2, 3 positions. Nice position to be in out there in front. You can just hang back there and keep it all under wraps for the final later on and not have to go the whole way down to the line. There can be a hell of a difference between having to go the whole way, fight it out to get your qualifying position, to just being able to take it down to stroke rating per minute of around 30-32. Big difference, and they've got a whole. They had won this. They've got these positions since the 1,000 metre mark, so they're nice and handy here. So it's 3 crews across the line, or across the lake here, Con. The DUBC crew who led, but they've been caught up now by the NUIG and UL crews on the inside, and I'm falling back here now a little bit. I'm going to head back up, Con, but you'll have a clearer view as they come in towards you. They're all through 1500. It's about 400 metres left. It's the 3 crews in the qualifying position: DUBCA, NUIG and UL Rowing Club, not much between them at all, and then the Cork Boat Club crew back in that position, that awful position of 4th. Then they won't qualify at this point looking at them.
Okay, Jerry, thanks for that. It looks like it's a very close thing. Looked like the DUBC were leading the way in the black boat, as Jerry says, over on station 3, but it looks like the crews at 5 and 6 maybe have come up to challenge them down, which is University of Limerick and NUIG. And NUIG is in lane 5, and you have University of Limerick in lane 6. So as we come up with about 300 metres to go, not that other than for positions in the final, there's 3 to qualify, so there's not any sweat as to racing over the line, but it looks like that DUBC are going to hold on maybe to be first, then second NUIG, and then University of Limerick are third, followed by Cork in 4th. So those are the 2 heats of the men's intermediate Cox 4s, and they'll be going through to the final at 2:25, 14:25, which will make an interesting race where it'll be flat out at that stage. So the next events that are going to happen are, we have 3 heats of the women's junior 18 quads. So I'll hand back to Jerry to talk us through the early stages of those three races.
Thank you, Con. We've got Heat A now, 3 heats, 6 crews, 2 to qualify. This hopefully will be, it's looking, as they head towards me now, I'll give you the roll call, and it's on the far station, lane 1, Tralee. Lane 2, Workman's Killarney. Lane 3, Skibbereen Rowing Club. Lane 4, Clonmel Rowing Club. Lane 5, Lee Rowing Club B crew. And in Lane 6 on the near station, it's the Commercial Rowing Club A crew. So they've gone about, as I get my bearings here, 600-700 meters, yeah. And out in front, it's the Skibbereen crew in Lane 3, leading the way here. 2 to qualify, but it's tight for second now. So there's three crews have broken away. Skibbereen leading the way here, a little bit over Clearwater from Clonmel, and then on the inside it's Commercial A, but Clonmel now moving out into outright second. So through 900 metres, we're watching them here, following them now, and it's Skibbereen in Lane 3 from the Clonmel crew by about a length and a half. So they're the 2 leading positions. So they're the qualifying positions. Commercial need to keep up to try and haul back in Clonmel as they approach halfway. But at this point, Clonmel have Clearwater and Commercial in third, and then a couple of lengths back to the other 2 crews, Workman's and the Lee crew, and then Enniskillen, Tralee rather. So here we go. Yeah, up to 1,000 metres. Skibbereen looking very good, very relaxed. No time trial here, just qualifying the top 2. Hold back and let the rate come down. Let the boat do the work. Just use your experience. Maybe a little push actually, Skibbereen. I think they want to just take another length and then use the last. It's interesting, they've just picked it up there. Maybe they just see Commercial having a bit of a big push on the inside, but there's a good couple of lengths between them and Clonmel, and then another couple of lengths back to Commercial. So Commercial have a lot of hard work to do if they have to haul Clonmel in, but they still have time. We'll wait and see as we watch this now into the second half, the third quarter, whatever way you look at it. But this is the business end. This is where all your hard work, your winter's training, your weights and your erg, everything, this is where it counts as you try to do your best down this course. It's not an easy sport, but when you do the work, it can be wonderful, and you're winning, of course. So Skibbereen leading here in the first heat of the Women's Junior 18 quads. Cox's quads, there's nobody steering in the boat, no Cox in the boat. They have somebody who will be steering with their shoe, and that could be the stroke girl, usually in a lake in a 6-lane course. So a lot of work, a lot of going on in these boats. So Skibbereen leading a couple of lengths, maybe 3 lengths on the crew from Clonmel. Looks like Skibbereen are doing power 10s and easing off and going again. Interesting. And then we have a couple of lengths back then to the Commercial crew. So Commercial not making inroads into the Clonmel crew for that second qualifying position. So as they head towards 1500, we'll watch them here moving on down towards you there in the enclosure, Heat A of the Women's Junior 18 quads. It's Skibbereen leading the way here. Over there on the other side, they're in Lane 3 in the middle. And then we have Clonmel, that second qualifying position, and Commercial now, who are a couple of lengths further adrift in third, and it looks like they won't make this final later on. So they're the leading 3 positions. The 1-2 that will qualify at this point, Con, is Skibbereen and Clonmel, followed by Commercial in third, who looks like their day is done in this event, unless they can do something enormous. But watching them go away from me here, Con, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Jerry. We all can see the Skibbereen crew rowing very well. Stan is authority in this race at a very early stage, and they're now reaping the benefits of it. They can take their boat home on the close by. You've Clonmel, and then you've Commercial here on the near station in Lane 6. So that's Skibbereen, followed by Clonmel, followed by Commercial. into the last couple of hundred metres. Skibbereen rowing very well. Women's Junior 18 quad, followed by Clonmel, followed by Commercial, then followed by Lee. And Workman and Tralee. And into the last couple of hundred metres, you have Lee and Workman. And as Tralee crossed the line in that heat, I'll hand back to Jerry to update us on the next one. Over to you, Jerry.
Yes, Con, we're here for Heat B, Women's Junior 18 quads. So the lineup is Commercial B in the Far Station lane 1, Carrick-on-Shannon lane 2, Enniskillen lane 3, Muckross lane 4, Ban lane 5, Neptune Rowing Club lane 6. As we look at them now, Ban having a great regatta, already having won the singles and the double. They're now looking to win the quad of the women's junior sculling events, and they're out there by a couple of lengths. And there's but a little tight further back down. Then you've got Enniskillen now, who've moved into second, and they've got a little bit of clear water then to Muckross, who've got a half a length, and Carrick-on-Shannon and Neptune are practically level, and then a half a length back to Commercial on the Far Station in lane 1. So as they move up towards nearly halfway already, Ban looking very convincingly strong here, and they've already eased off the gas a bit. Rate coming down at the halfway point. Ban lead from the Enniskillen crew now, who are about 2 to 3 lengths behind them, and they're still under a bit of pressure, but not as much as Ban. They got a length of clear water on the Muckross crew in the yellow boat, and who are between Carrick-on-Shannon and Neptune, overlapping them. So these 3 boats might push Enniskillen back towards them. I'm not sure. Enniskillen are at a lower rate, so they have a bit of reserve on the 3 crews attacking them, trying desperately to hunt them down. And Commercial on the far side in lane 1, then a further length behind. Oh, bit of a mishap on the Neptune boat. Now they've fallen back a little bit, but they're picking it up again. They lost their sink there, and but they're up and running again. But they've lost nearly a length there on that unfortunate mishap. So Ban continue to lead. They have 2 to 3 lengths, convincingly leading this race. Heat B, Women's Junior 18 quads, 2 to qualify. And at the moment it's Ban from Enniskillen, the 2 northern clubs, leading the way. But Muckross having a right good fight now against Enniskillen, and but not making any inroads into them yet. With Carrick-on-Shannon 2/3 of a length behind, and Neptune have got going again in 4th, and another length back to Commercial. In 5th rather, Neptune are, and then Commercial. So 6 boats here as they approach 1250, 1300. Well out in front is Ban Rowing Club. They have 3-4 lengths on Enniskillen, who look quite composed themselves in second position, knowing that they have that qualifying position. So yeah, they're the 1-2, and Muckross not getting back. They're fighting desperately though. They're working very hard, but Enniskillen are underrating them and just not letting them come anywhere near them. So that tells a story. Carrick-on-Shannon then in 4th position, Neptune in 5th, and Commercial 6th. So through 1500, well through now for the band crew, as Enniskillen come up to 1500. We watch them now move away from us. It's BAM, 2 to qualify, don't forget. This women's junior quads into the final later. BAM Rowing Club leading the way from Enniskillen. They're the 1-2. At this point, it looks like they will be in the final later on. And you've got Muckross in 3rd and Carrick-on-Shannon, Neptune, Commercial. I'll hand this one over to the tower there, Con, take them home, and we'll head up then for Heat C.
Yes, Jerry, the prominent colours of BAN out there in front, the red colours of BAN showing the way home. Enniskillen are in 2nd, as I say, it's 2 to qualify. Could be interesting finals to see our BAN tested in the final. So they're going very well. Enniskillen are 2nd, Muckross are 3rd. I think it must be Lee Valley in 4th and Neptune in 5th, followed by St. Michael's. Sorry, that's Commercial. So, taking it home in a real independent fashion is BAN, looking very strong. I imagine will take some beating in the final. Then you're in Enniskillen, doing well. And then Neptune, I beg your pardon, Muckross. Followed by Carrick. Muckross in 3rd. Followed by Carrick, followed by Neptune, followed by Commercial. So when you see a race is convincing, a winner is convincing at that, you have to admire them and just wonder how they're going to do in the finals. Is there anybody going to challenge them in the finals? So you'll all have to wait eagerly for that. So Jerry, this race just finished, Commercial just crossed the line, so I will hand back to you for the next heat.
Heat C, Women's Junior 18 Quad has started, and the lineup as follows is on the far station, Lane 1, St. Michael's A Crew from Limerick City. Lane 2, the Lee Valley, they're the local club here at Coachford. Lane 3, St. Michael's B Crew, again, they're from Limerick also. Lane 4, the Lee A Crew from the Marina in Cork. Lane 5, Cumann Rové the Colosh in the Corrib, Shincart. I was in lane 6, Castleconnell, Limerick. I have to be correct in that now. I was nearly killed by telling you Castleconnell were from somewhere else, but they're definitely from Limerick. And my geography has improved tremendously over time doing this job. Anyway, as they come towards us, we'll give you the positions. You'll be anxious to know, just waiting for them to come nearer to us so I don't get this wrong. But it looks quite close now between 3 crews. Don't forget, we're waiting for, 2 crews only will qualify here. St. Michael's in lane 1, their A crew. Looks like they're up there, but there's they've got the Castleconnell crew on the inside. So the 2 crews in lanes 1 and 6 on both sides of the course are out there, but there is a crew from the Lee A in the middle, and they're hanging on. They're only a half a length behind them, and then it's only another half a length back to the crew from in lane 2. That's the local Lee Valley, and a half a length back then to Cumann Rovik, the Kalosh and the Coraba. And then we have the other St. Michael's crew, the B crew, in 5th. Now, oh, something has happened here. The crew from the Lee have stopped rowing. Now, was it just equipment failure? But they've definitely stopped. The Lee A crew in lane 4 stopped rowing, and they're started again now. So that, oh no, that's terrible. They were up there fighting and right in the centre of the action, and they're right back now to 5th position, just in front of the B crew from St. Michael's. That is, oh, that's yeah, upsetting to say the least, because they were fighting there between the leading 2 crews now, who've got clear water, a couple of lengths of clear water now, out there in front, those 2 positions. So it's the St. Michael's Limerick A crew on the far station, just about ahead of the crew on the inside. Castleconnell, as this sun glistens down on top of the water and makes my job a little more difficult, because I'm looking at shadows sometimes rather than seeing colours. So we watch them now. We're riding right up here beside them, and St. Michael's have a half a length on the Castleconnell crew on the near side, but then it's a couple of lengths back to the crew in lane 2, Lee Valley. So all of a sudden this race has become a little bit more easier for the leading 2 crews as they move away through 1,000 metres now. St. Michael's from Castleconnell on the near station, and then in 3rd position, lane 2, it's Lee Valley, but they're a couple of lengths behind the others, and the leading 2 crews looking quite comfortable now. Still working reasonably hard though. In fairness, I have to say to Lee Valley, they're not letting them away too easily, and well done to them now. Over in lane 2, pushing, and making the other 2 crews, the St. Michael's crew and the Castleconnell crew, work a little bit harder than they want to. They probably have a half an eye on the final at this point. Hopefully not. That's not what you should be thinking. You should be thinking about finishing out this race. And in lane 4, the Lee A crew that had that mishap have moved into 4th position. A little bit of clear water between them and Cumann Rovik, the Kalosh and the Coraba, and then a couple of lengths back to the B crew from St. Michael's Limerick. So that's the way it is, that's the way it stands in this Heat C Women's Junior 18 quads, looking for the final 2 spots to line up for the top 6 later on. A little bit of steering there, the umpire with his flag out, and so don't forget, they got a steer down here, nobody to steer them, only one of the girls with her shoe, and very technical stuff, this quad. A lot can go wrong, and you saw there the poor unfortunate mishap in lane 4 there with Lee A, and it's great to see them back up and running so quickly, whatever mishap it was. So here we go now, and I have to say, looking back at the Lee Valley crew, they're doing really well, and they're putting the Castleconnell crew under pressure on the near station. They have not let them go, and it's a credit to them now. And watch this one as they approach 1500. They're not out of it. They've come right back to about a length off the Castleconnell crew on the near side. St. Michael's leading the way, there's no doubt about that. The A crew from St. Michael's Limerick having a fantastic championships here this weekend, and we'll see now how they'll perform in the final of this event. They just need to do the last 500 and take it home and get ready for the final. But they're leading from Castleconnell, that's the 1-2, and lead now, their challenge, the challenge has dropped back a little bit now. I thought at one point they might do something, but they're in 3rd. Castleconnell are composed over on the near side. You can see them there coming towards you. You've got St. Michael's leading the way from Castleconnell, from the Lee Valley, and Lee A in 4th, followed by Cumann Rovik, the Kalosh and the Coraba, and the St. Michael's B crew. Con, I leave it with you to bring them home.
Thanks, Jerry. Again, you can see out on the far side the blue and gold of St. Michael's and the red of Castleconnell on the near side, and Lee Valley, who are in the middle of the course. So it's St. Michael's, so it's 2 to qualify. At this moment in time, unless Lee Valley can do something very quickly, they won't catch Castleconnell, but it's St. Michael's out in front, rowing very well, keep the boat moving, and on the near side Castleconnell. 2 Limerick clubs looks like are going to go in and face the other 4 from the 2 earlier heats. So coming into the last 100 metres, St. Michael's, as Jerry says, Lee Valley has pushed Castleconnell all the way just to keep them moving. So that's St. Michael's, Castleconnell, Lee Valley, and then Lee, who are unfortunate to have a mishap. And next you have Common Roberta Colossus de Corrida in next position, and followed by St. Michael's B crew. So should be a good line-up for the final, which will take place later. There is a slight break now until we start the finals at 1:30, which is the men's novice 8. We'll get back to you then.
We're back up here now for the start of the men's novice 8s, and it's a 2-horse race, 2-boat race, UCD on the inside and Dublin University Boat Club on the outside. So we're just picking it up. They've gone about 100 metres into the start here. Men's novice 8s final, and UCD have jumped out into about a quarter of a length lead. Novice 8s, men's novice 8s, a big one. Only 2 boats, and UCD who already won the quads. There's two events this weekend up on offer for for novices, and can UCD do the double? So we're watching them now as they progress down about 250. We're right up beside them, trying to keep up. They're moving fast for novices, I have to say. UCD only about a canvas up as we watch them now. UCD rating 37, DUBC at 37. Both crews going in and out of the water together. It's interesting. They're UCD a little more, maybe a half a pip higher as they approach the first 500. We tell you what it is, but it's both crews moving along. They've settled down now into their rhythm, having blasted off the start here at the men's novice 8s. So I can tell you, as they go through the first marker, the first quarter of this race, it's UCD, and they're out to 2/3 of a length, pushing for a length. We've only gone a quarter. Trinity Dublin University Boat Club, they need to hold on here, because UCD, every stroke, it's so transparently clear. They're out to a length, and every stroke they're taking 2, 3, 4 inches. There we go. They've got a length now on the DUBC boat, and DUBC have to hold on. They desperately need to hold on to them. A very strong UCD boat. University College Dublin, they've already won the intermediate 8s and the club 8s men, and they're having a fantastic championship regatta. The big 8 senior 8s coming along later this afternoon. They'll be one of the favourites for that. No doubt there'll be other clubs and compasses looking to stop that. But it's the men's novice 8 final coming along down towards you fast and furiously. They'll be with you there in about 3-4 minutes, less, 3 we'll say. But it's out to Clearwater now. University College Dublin leading the way here in the men's novice 8's final championship of Ireland. So we just have a look and see now. They're still under pressure though. They're not getting it easy. They're at 37.5. Dublin University Boat Club are at, that can't be that low. I'll have to do that one again. They're at 34. So they need to keep the foot on the pedal here now, because University College Dublin, as we approach the halfway marker already, it's University College Dublin. They have a half a length of Clearwater, and they're overrating Dublin University Boat Club, who need to keep that rate up. They need to keep it sharp. They need to keep moving as they go through the halfway mark. So we're through there. We're both crews are through. We're through 1,000 metre mark as we head back down towards you there on the finish. And University College Dublin now. You always look good when you're out there in front. They've got a half a length of Clearwater, and I have to say, every stroke they're moving away a little bit more. So they are looking for a novice 8 now. It's impressive rowing. They must come down from the hills or somewhere. I don't know where they find these guys, but whether they were top rugby players or something, or whatever they were, basketball players, they are just incredible athletes to pick up in 1 year and bring to this standard. So well done, both clubs, both UCD, both Dublin University Boat Club. And these guys know each other so well, having raced in colours earlier on in the year, and at university championships and a few other regattas. So here we are, culminating in this men's novice 8 championship, the big one. And at this point in time, UCD looking the strong favourites now, unless Dublin University Boat Club can do something amazing. As the drone flies over, you can see it online, looking right down on top of them in this beautiful, clear afternoon down in County Cork, right down the south of Ireland, the sunny south of Ireland. Isn't this incredible? But it's University College Dublin heading towards 1,500 already, moving along beautifully. In we go, and we're looking at them at 34.5. So they're nice control. They're a little bit more relaxed. They know they just need to keep this going before the lift. Dublin University Boat Club are rating 36, so they're having a go. In fairness, well done to them. But there's a half a length, 2/3 of a length of Clearwater between the two now, and UCD just need to keep this going. They'll probably do a big charge when they get down to you there for the line, the last 20 odd strokes. It's amazing where you can find the power and the strength when the adrenaline is flying. They know they just need to take this one home to you. So it's as clear as daylight now as they travel down towards you. The Men's Novice 8 Championship of Ireland 2022. University College Dublin coming towards you there with about 250 metres to go. Leading the way home here. They've got nearly a length of clear water now at Dublin University Boat Club. This is tremendous rowing from these two Novice 8s. And well done to them for making it to the line. Finishing off their season in fine style. But University College Cork Con leading the way home here. They have about a length on Dublin University Boat Club. I'll hand over to you, Con, to take it in.
Thanks, Jerry. I'm not sure whether he mentioned University College Cork or not, but University College Dublin, the blue, it's hard, you won't mistake them. It's a fantastic program. It's great to see. Pity we don't have more Novice 8s, but the two crews out there today can only compete against each other, and that's what they're doing. And today is UCD's day. The UBC have put up a tremendous challenge down the course, but on the day UCD are better, so well done to them as they come up to cross the line. It capped. So well done UCD and well done DUBC. It's a great win, and it adds, as Jerry says, it adds to a great weekend that UCD are having with some championships over the weekend. So well done.
The Lost and Found now have an eclectic collection of a number of watches, a phone, a key, and a sum of money, and an inhaler. If you've lost any of these items, please come to the Regatta office.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back rowing again. We have 6 finals to run off between now, over the next half an hour, 3/4 of an hour or so. So I would like to hand back to Jerry, who will take us down to the first final. Over to you, Jerry.
Yes, Con, we're back here live at the start, right up here 2k away from you, and the orange light is flashing, and TJ Ryan, chief starter, is about to call the roll, and I'll tell you who's in this race. The final of the men's junior 18 doubles. 47 crews started out earlier on this afternoon trying to qualify. The top 6 crews that have made it through in lane 1 on the far station, Athlone B, lane 2 Neptune Rowing Club, lane 3 Skibbereen A, lane 4 Clonmel A, lane 5 St Michael's Limerick A, and lane 6 Athlone C. 2 Athlone boats in this final either side of the course. Now we'll be off in about 10 seconds. So it's a bit of a crosswind here, looking at it, and coming from the enclosure side. So we'll see how that affects things. So we are away for the first of the last session. 5 finals now coming at you between now and 5 to 3. They've moved away into the first 100 metres men's junior doubles as we watch them progress down the track. Showing an early lead there is the crew in lane 3, Skibbereen A. They're very early days, but they've a half a length already on the St Michael's crew in lane 5, the A crew from St Michael's. And we're just trying to come up alongside them now, right along with them in the bows. But Skibbereen have jumped away there. They've nearly a length already, and they've only gone 250 metres. So an impressive start by Skibbereen as we move along. Neptune slightly ahead of the rest of them in second, about a half a length of Clearwater between them and Skibbereen. So it's Skibbereen in lane 3, a length of Clearwater from the Neptune crew from St Michael's, and then on the near side Athlone C. But apart from the lane 1 on the far side, Athlone B are slipping back. The other 4 boats are very well bunched across, but unbelievably this Skibbereen crew have moved out to nearly 2 lengths of Clearwater. So where are you all expecting this? Cathal O'Donovan and Christopher O'Donovan, 2 O'Donovans, juniors, coming down the tracks towards you there now, and we're nearly at the 500 metre mark, the first quarter of this race. Skibbereen approach the first quarter, 2 lengths clear of St Michael's A in lane 5, but they only have about 2 feet on the Neptune crew in lane 2, who have a canvas on the Clonmel crew, and then back to lane 1 Athlone B. So we're moving up here now, and it's Skibbereen leading the way along here in front at the final of the men's junior double sculls, and they're looking very comfortable indeed as we watch them progress down the track. They must have 3 lengths at this stage. St Michael's now have moved out into second position outright, and they're beginning to mount a little bit of a challenge back towards them. So watching Skibbereen now rowing magnificently here at 36.5, stretching out, getting the legs on, and just driving it down the course. At Skibbereen, 2 lengths. St Michael's now pushing clear of the pack, the chasing pack, beginning to mount a little bit of a challenge and start that hunting to try and come after them. But it's a good 2 to 3 lengths. So the St Mick's, Rafferty and Kearney, I don't know. It's quite a considerable distance, and we've only got 700 metres. Let's see how this progresses. So Skibbereen, 3 lengths from St Michael's, and then it's another just under a length back to Clonmel and the Athlone crew on the inside, and then another half a length back to Neptune and a half a length back to the other Athlone crew on the far station, lane 1. But there's no doubt about it now as we approach 850 metres, heading towards the first half completed of this final of the men's junior double sculls. It's Skibbereen moving along magnificently, and you'll probably be able to catch this on the drone now as it hovers above them online, and this is fantastic rowing from them. Men's junior 18 doubles, under 19s we call them. A little bit of a change in the rules this year. They can row before. You used to have to be under 19 for the whole year, but you can be under 19 before the championships now. So but It's Skibbereen out to 4 lengths now. It's just magnificent rowing from them. These boys have just blasted off. They've made this race theirs. We're into the second half and they're cruising along. They must have 4 lengths on St. Michael's of Limerick. St. Michael's in second position, who only have a half a length of Clonmel, who have a length back to Neptune, and the 2 Athlone boats down at the far station, on either side rather of the course. Moving into the probably 12:50 gone. We're into the third quarter. This is where it hurts if you're pushing hard and trying desperately to come back. But Skibbereen absolutely standing on it here, and wonderful rowing from them. Looking at them here now ahead of me, they're riding along at 38, which is quite a high rate, but they're, oh sorry, that was wrong, 34. So that's correct now. It's Skibbereen from St. Michael's, who only got a half a length, but it's 4 lengths. It's 4 lengths behind the Skibbereen boat. So, and then we move back to Clonmel in third position, a half a length behind them, and then a little bit over Clearwater back to Neptune from the 2 Athlone boats. I didn't expect the 2 Athlone boats to be back there, but that's where they are. Lane 1 and Lane 6 holding up the 5th and 6th position at the moment. And that's the way we see it as we move on down towards 1500. Skibbereen leading the way here. They've led this race the whole way down the course, and barring a complete disaster, they are going to take this title in less than 2 minutes. As they move on down towards you, you'll be able to see them coming closer and closer. Skibbereen moving along here. I think this might be their 4th championship if they can do it this weekend. And it's Skibbereen A in lane 3, right in the centre. About 5 lengths now, I'd say. And Clonmel attacking the crew beside them there, St. Michael's A, for second position in lanes 4 and 5 there over on the enclosure side. But there's no doubt about it, it's Skibbereen 5. They're just increasing the lead the whole way down. This is watch these names, watch for the future, because I'm very impressed with them. Cathal O'Donovan and Christopher O'Donovan, 2 O'Donovans, and there they go. They're 5 lengths coming closer. About 250 to go for them, 350, 300 to go for the others. In second position now. A tremendous race going on there between the Clonmel crew and the crew on the inside of them, St. Michael's Limerick. With St. Michael's Limerick in second, just about from Clonmel, and a link back to Neptune, and another link back to the 2 Athlone boats. Con, I'll hand it over to you, and everybody have a look at this Skibbereen boat. It's wonderful rowing from them. Look how much they're winning this Championship of Ireland Double Sculls Boys Scull Final.
Okay, thanks Jerry. Certainly very impressive by Skibbereen. They're considerable distance out. They great race for second, third and fourth, but Skibbereen convincing winners. Considerable distance to St. Michael's and Clonmel. St. Michael's looks like it will be in second place, followed by Clonmel, followed by Neptune, and Athlone B and A. So that was a great victory for Skibbereen. It's great to see good crews win these championships. So there's a crew for the future, as Jerry says. So after that impressive victory for Skibbereen, the next race we have is the men's intermediate cock sport, and I'll hand it back to Jerry to talk us through this event.
Yes, Con. Thank you. So after that tremendous row there, great win by the Skibbereen A crew, the junior doubles. Next race up on the cards. We've got 4 more races. The final session of the championships here in Inniscarra this weekend, the Irish Rowing Championships, and it's the men's intermediate Cox 4s, and the lineup as follows is in lane 1, which is on the far station, Skibbereen Rowing Club. Lane 2, Dublin University Boat Club A crew. Lane 3, University College Dublin Boat Club. Lane 4, NUI Galway. Lane 5, Neptune Rowing Club A crew. And in lane 6, it's the University of Limerick Rowing Club on the near station over by the enclosure. So the orange light is flashing. These crews will be away now very shortly. So the orange light is flashing, and we're just trying to get back up as far as we can for this final, and we're probably about 300 metres out now, and we will be up as far as we can to take this race down towards you shortly. So you got the line up there, I just gave it to you. I'll give it to you again in a minute, but this race is ready to go now as he gives the roll call. And we are away. So I'll give it to you again quickly. Skibbereen in lane 1 on the far station. Lane 2, Dublin University Boat Club A. Lane 3, University College Dublin Boat Club. Lane 4, National University of Ireland Galway. Lane 5, Neptune A. And Lane 6, University of Limerick Rowing Club. They've gone about 150 metres in this final. Men's intermediate Cox 4. I hope you're able to see it online too and get good coverage from the drone. Hopefully this will be a good race now. And so far it's tight enough as they go through the first 250 metres as we watch them come right up now beside us. On the far station, Skibbereen, but they win 2 in a row, and their 4 is probably slightly up here, but nothing in it between them and DUBCA beside them, the 2 far side crews. So I would guess here, yeah, it's DUBC probably noses in front from the Skibbereen crew on the outside as this crosswind picks up slightly now. So a little tricky for these crews, trying to stay in their lane and trying to maintain that run of the boat. But it's DUBC now, as they come up towards 400 metres, we'll ride alongside them. They're trying to get out to a length all of a sudden in the black boat in the white tops. DUBC leading here just under a length from Skibbereen on the far side in Station 1, who have a canvas on UCD in Station 3. A half a length back to NUI Galway, another third of a length back to the crew on the inside, University of Limerick, and another half a length back to Neptune Rowing Club. Through the first 500, we watch DUBC go through. They've got a little bit of clear water now, so tremendous first 500 from DUBC in lane 2. We watch them now as they move up. It's UCD now beginning to mount a little challenge and push ahead of the others. So we watched DUBC moving in. They've got about 4 or 5 feet of clear water from University College Dublin, who are practically level now with Skibbereen pushing along back beside them again. Lane 1 and 3 now in second and third position, equal second I would say now, and then a half a length back to NUI Galway, a half a length back to University of Limerick, and another half a length back to Neptune. So we're through about 650, 700 men's intermediate Cox 4s. What a tremendous first 750 by DUBC. These guys are out in front. They have about approaching nearly a length of clear water now, so beginning to look nice for them, but they need to hold on to this now. There's a long way to go in this race. Looking at them here now, they're rowing magnificently at 35 strokes per minute. UCD are in second, but only about a half a length or less up on the others, they're in between Skibbereen in lane 1 and NUIG in the middle there in lane 4. So it's DUBC, no doubt about that, as we approach 850, 900 nearly, leading the way here. Dublin University Boat Club, they got a length of clear water now as UCD start to do a mounted challenge, try and haul them back in. They're in lane 3, they're into second now, pushing for a length, and the other 2 boats all of a sudden on the Skibbereen boat and on the NUIG boat, and then it's UL and then Neptune. Through the 1,000 metre mark, we're halfway through this race. We're on the way home now as we head down this lake towards you. But there's no doubt about it. Dublin University Boat Club out in front, leading the way here in lane 2 in the black boat on the far side. And when they come closer to you, can't miss them with the white tops. Lovely black boat there. Felipe, I'm guessing it is, and it looks lovely as they just move it along through the water effortlessly. So they have it now. Watch this. University College Dublin are absolutely standing on it now. They're about a length of clear water behind Dublin University Boat Club. Can they keep coming back? I'm telling you, I think they might. They're absolutely standing on it. They're having a go, and this is great. This might change, but let's see how DUBC hold on to this lead now, if they possibly can. UCD rating 34.5. Dublin University Boat Club rating 34. Both around the same. A little bit of a crosswind. It's difficult. Don't forget Cox Fords. There's a bit of weight there to be pushing along. But it's DUBC now as we move along here. This is a good race, but UCD now, they keep coming like this. But at the moment, DUBC are holding them off as we approach about 1,300 metres. There's a length of clear water. It's DUBC leading in the final of the men's intermediate Cox Fords. They have a little under a length of clear water from University College Dublin. There's still time for University College Dublin to come back at them. They have a length now on NUIG and another half a length back to Skibbereen and another and UL and then a length back to Neptune. So they're the positions, but let's look at the front here as we approach 1,500. Dublin University Boat Club leading by less than clear water. UCD are definitely catching, but there's a lot to do over the last 500. They've got to haul them in a couple of lengths. We watch them move along now with about 4:50 to go, Con. This is a great race. We'll just stay here now and we'll watch them. And it's DUBC, but UCD inching, and there's a great, tremendous effort by NUI Galway as well now, only another length behind. But we're going to run out of water here, Con, as we look at them now with about 300 to go. DUBC leading about a half a length of clear water from UCD, who've got just about a length on NUIG. They're all beginning to charge. This is the way. Have a look at this. That's the 1, 2, 3. So DUBC from UCD from NUIG. I think this race might just charge here. Come.
Yes, thanks, Jerry. Fantastic race. Can UCD or NUIG haul in DUBC? UBC have stamped their authority early on in the race, but it's up to UCD now and NUIG to haul them in. I can see that Trinity are really pushing hard. They're holding them up. Looks like that they're going to hold on to it, but it's a great finish. But it's a battle now between NUIG and UCD for second place. So UCD has a great weekend of championships, but on this their big rivals Trinity looks like they're going to take the intermediate 4 on this occasion. So as about another 10 strokes I would guess to the line. Trinity have moved out to some clear water over UCD, who in turn have a little clear water over NUIG. So well done, Trinity. That was a great win in the men's intermediate 4 in these very warm conditions. So well done.
Can Helena Cronin please come to the regatta office? That's Helena Cronin, please.
So the next event is the Women's Senior 8 Championship of Ireland, and we have 5 crews in that. And I will hand you back to Jerry to, what I'd say is very close and getting himself back to the start to follow this race. Over to you, Jerry.
Thanks, Con. As we charge back to the line, you'll probably hear the engine underneath me. That will ease off now in a minute, so apologies. Yeah, we've got the Women's Senior 8s now coming up. And they're under starters' orders This race scheduled to go off at 14:35. So we have lane 1 is empty, lane 2 is Shandon Killoughlin Composite, lane 3 NUIG Galway, lane 4 University College Cork Rowing Club Skibbereen Composite, lane 5 University of Limerick Rowing Club Castle Connell Composite, and in the enclosure side University College Dublin Boat Club. So we're awaiting the start of this race now, and we're right up here. So we have 3 composites along with the 4 actually. UCD Boat Club are the only crew and not a composite. So we've had a lot of mixing up here to make up these 8s. The women's senior 8s final about to get underway, and we'll see how that goes. So the Shandon Killoughlin crew over on the far side. I know the Olympian Dikoska's in that one, and the NUIG Galway crew in lane 3 has Fiona Murtha, Olympic bronze medalist, stroking them. Lane 4, University College Cork Skibbereen crew, full of internationals. Emily Hegarty in 7, another Olympic bronze medalist in that boat. So lots of big names coming down here towards you. Now we're nearly ready to go here. We're just staying away from the start, staying out of trouble as we watch them. And we are away. Final Women's Senior 8s Championship has just started. So as they all get away cleanly, lots of blades flashing, the cocks is roaring, and it's hard to say now, there's not much in it at all, nobody's broken free. If anything, it's the crew, the second crew across, NUIG Galway, have taken a slightly, but nothing in it at all. And then the crew on the very far side, Shandon Killoughlin, have had a very good start. 2 crews on the far side, nudging slightly ahead after we've gone through the first 250. So a little bit of a crosswind now, and just trying to manage that though. So looking now as we're riding alongside them here, it's lane 3. It's the NUIG Galway crew, a canvas maybe a third of a length at this point ahead of the Shandon Killoughlin composite, and then it's probably less than half a length back then to the UCC Skibbereen composite, and another half a length back to UCD. So these crews, these 5 crews, they're all bunched up. There's a half a length now. The crew in lane 3, NUIG Galway composite. Most of the Galway clubs having a tremendous weekend here, and lots of wins. We're nearly up to 400 now. So out in front, and they've moved out to half a length at this stage, is the NUIG Galway composite, and they are coming through the 500 now at 37 strokes per minute. They have a half a length to spare on the crew to their left, which is the UCC Skibbereen composite, maybe at 2/3 at this point. So they've had a tremendous first 500. The crew out in front there, in lane 3, which is the NUIG composite with Galway Rowing Club. 2/3 of a length now. We've gone through 650. They've 2/3 of a length on the UCC composite crew at Skibbereen. That's the 1-2. As we just watch them riding along here now, they're pushing for a length at this point. So leading the way here in lane 3, NUIG Galway. They have a length now on the UCC Skibbereen crew. It's exactly a length on the UCC Skibbereen. And then it's in third position. The other crews are all tightly bunched. I'm looking at it there. And University of Limerick Castle Connell possibly then in that third position. And then over on the other side, it's the Shandon Killoughlin crew. Nothing in it between them. And UCD then practically with them as well. So we're looking at it here now. Out to Clearwater. It's lane 3. It's NUIG Galway Rowing Club composite. They have Clearwater as we approach the halfway mark. They're rowing magnificently here, looking the best crew at the moment. As I look at them out there in front of me at 35 strokes per minute. They just about have Clearwater on the UCC composite crew in lane 4. So in the black boat, just about Clearwater and increasing it all the time. The UCC composite rating 35.5. And they have a half a length then on the composite on the near side, which is the UL Castleconnell crew, and then the other, then it's a half a length back to UCD and the Shandon Culloden crew on the outsides. But there's no doubt about it, in lane 3, they're out to half a length of Clearwater now. This is amazing rowing from them, brilliant stuff. So Fiona Murtha leading the way here, the bronze medalist from Tokyo, stroking this NUIG composite crew magnificently now as they charge down this course. UCC desperately trying to stay with them. There's about a third of a length of Clearwater between the UCG composite and the UCC composite. So as we watch them, it's in front, NUIG Galway from the UCC composite. Then in third position, another half a length back, we have the UCC Skibbereen composite crew. And then it's the lane on the far side, Shannon Culloden in lane 2, and then a half a length back to UCD. But there's no doubt it's the composite crew, NUIG Galway, looking magnificent. It's Fiona Murtha, Tully in behind her, and then Benson and Waters, Zagavanskali and Praxmar, Murtha, Shauna Murtha. So that's the crew, Cox by Brooks. So they're doing tremendously. They have 2/3 of a length now at this point. You can see them coming close. They're through 1500. They have nearly a length of Clearwater. That's the way it's looking now as I look at it here from the UCC Skibbereen composite. And they nearly have a length now on the UL Castleconnell composite. And then it's lane 2 on the far side, Shandon Culloden, and then UCD Boat Club. Well spread out here now, a little bit of overlaps, but no doubt about it, Con, as they head towards you with about 300 to go. The women's Senior 8 Final Championship, leading the way home, NUI Galway Composite, Fiona Murtha, our bronze medalist from Tokyo, charging towards the line there towards you. She take them home barring any disaster at this point from the composite UCD. Con, over to you.
Okay, Jerry, thanks very much. An exciting race, and it's lanes 3, 4, 5. But out in front, as he says, it's the Galway Composite. It's the best way of calling it, NUIG and Galway Rowing Club, followed by the UCC and Skibbereen Composite. It's great to see these composites, and it's great to see eights rowing. We love all rowing, but it's great to see good competitive eights rowing out there on our waters. So, but this is a good crew. It's a composite. Putting composites together is not always easy, but these are working, and certainly the Galway one has worked very well, and has the UCC one, and for that matter the University of Limerick and Castleconnell. So as they come into the last 100 metres, there's no catching Galway at this stage. Tremendous win for them, followed by the UCC composite, followed by University of Limerick, Castleconnell, and then followed by Shandon, followed by UCD. So, well done to the Galway composite. Great win, and great to see more of our internationals on display, showing their strengths on Irish waters this weekend. So, well done. So our next race, which is the second last race of the day, which is the Women's Junior 18 quad, and after that exciting race, which is a great win for NUIG Galway Composite and the Women's Senior 8, I will hand back to Jerry, who will lead us into the next race, which is the Women's Junior 8 18 quad. Over to you, Jerry.
Thank you, Con. Yes, Women's Junior 18 quads. You can hear the noise of the engine. Apologies again. We're getting right back up to the start here for this one. Scheduled for 14:45. So this race is Women's Junior 18 Cox quads. They have 19 entries. They all raced this morning to qualify, or early this afternoon rather, and the top 6 boats are now on the blocks, on the starting blocks. I'll give you the rundown in a minute when we slow down here just to get in on the start. Right, we're hovering here around the start now as they get ready for the roll call, Women's Junior 18 quads. And the roll call in lane 1 on the far station, it's Enniskillen. Lane 2, St. Michael's Limerick A Crew. Lane 3, Skibbereen Rowing Club. Lane 4, Ban Rowing Club. Lane 5, Clonmel Rowing Club. And lane 6, Castleconnell. So the orange light is flashing and this race will be away very, very shortly. That crosswind has died down a little bit again, yeah, which is good. Just was beginning to get a slightly little bit threatening there for a few minutes, but this is good. It's very good conditions here. Fair across the course. You can't ask for any more. Haven't we been just so lucky with this weather this weekend and last weekend for the 1K Classics for all the junior 13s, 14s, 15s, and the Masters, of course, were there too. So 2 weekends in a row. And it's been just so good. Here we go now. We're giving the starters' orders now. TJ Ryan, his distinctive voice, our chief umpire. So here we go. Hit your stopwatches. We're on the way. It's Enniskillen lane 1 on the far side. St. Michael's Limerick 2 in lane 2. Skibbereen lane 3, Ban lane 4, Clonmel 5 and Castleconnell 6. All crews away cleanly, no flag being put up. There's one now there, somebody slightly off course, but it's not bad. Don't forget, they have to steer this boat going backwards, one of the girls in the boat. And this is not easy, believe me, and I'm sure those of you that have done it, it's a very, very technical boat as well to row. Don't forget Ban, they've already won the single sculls. They've already won the doubles in the girls' junior grades. And Ellie Kate Hutchinson going for 3 in a row here as they move out now into about 250, and Ban have put their noses in front now, but it's all very tight still. Skibbereen beside them, just hanging on to them, and then on the near side we have Castleconnell. So it's Ban by a half a length from Skibbereen, and Castleconnell equal second, and then a half a length back to Clonmel and St. Michael's, who are level, and then another little bit back to the crew in the far station, Enniskillen. So everybody moving along nicely here, beginning to settle down now from the high rates, and everybody being good. They're staying in their lane, and the umpire is watching, but no flags coming anywhere, so that's really good. Here we go down this course towards the first marker, the 500-meter mark, as Ban trying to move out to a length. So we're watching them now through 450, rating 35, and then we watch Skibbereen, who just pushed themselves in front slightly into second in lane 3, and they only have about a canvas on St. Michael's over in lane 2 on the far side, and Castleconnell pushing up on the inside. So through the first 500, everybody gone through. It's a little bit of clear water now between Ban, and the rest of them are all tightly bunched. Skibbereen have a couple of feet on the St. Michael's crew, and Castleconnell probably level there in third, and half a length back to Clonmel and Enniskillen on the far side. But there's no doubt about it. Here we go. Ban Rowing Club, absolutely standing on it here, stretching out and rowing magnificently. Look at that. The wind's picking up slightly again now, and it's tricky conditions. It just comes across at different times, and of course you got to keep that boat moving along between the boys in your lane. And so far everything is going very well, but Ban, for them, it's going better even still than the rest of them, because they're out to nearly a length of clear water on St. Michael's in lane 2, with a couple of feet on Skibbereen in third, and then it's nearly a length back to Castleconnell on the near side, dead level with Enniskillen on the far side, and a half a length back to Clonmel. That's the positions. I don't need any glasses to see the distance between the band crew, who's winning this race, but it's about 3 lengths, and they're moving away, inching away every time. This is a great race by Ellie Kate Hutchinson, stroking them. British Schools champion, Irish singles champion, on Friday, or getting the days now, and then they've also won the doubles, so she's going for 3 in a row. Behind her, Lynn Green, Claire Campbell and Kirsten T. So these girls are just rowing very well. This isn't just one girl taking them down, they are all up there rowing magnificently. Fantastic rowing from them, but they must have nearly 2 lengths of a distance now between St. Michael's, who are making second position. Theirs now, they have a half a length on Skibbereen. We're through 1,000 metres, we're into the third quarter. It's BAM, 2 to 3 lengths from St. Michael's, who are pushing for a length nearly on Skibbereen in third, who are pushing for a length on the other 2 crews, Enniskillen and Castleconnell, and then back to Clonmel. So here we are, the final. Don't forget, we had 47 I can't remember now, but never mind that, how many entered the race, but this is the final 6, and we have BAM out to 3 lengths, and they probably have another couple by the time they get down, because this is magnificent rowing. They're cruising along, looking relaxed on the shoulders, really good, rating 33. St. Michael's now being brave at 34.5 here in lane 2 in the far station. They nearly have a length on Skibbereen now in lane 3, so that's the 1, 2, 3. And Skibbereen are desperately trying to stay with St. Michael's for second. So BAM, 2 to 3 lengths on St. Michael's, a length on Skibbereen, who have a length on Enniskillen on the far side, who have 2/3 of a length on Castleconnell, who have a length on Clonmel. We're going through 12:50. This is the second last race of the Irish Championships 2022 Women's Junior 18 Quads. We've got the men's senior 8s following this now, and we'll watch this for just another little bit, and we'll leave it over to you, Con, and it's BAM leading the way here, 2 to 3 lengths. It's theirs to lose now. They need to flip the boat to lose this race from St. Michael's by about 3.5 lengths, who have nearly a length in Skibbereen, but they might come back on them, and then it's Enniskillen on the far side and Castleconnell fighting out for 4th and 5th, and then Clonmel. Con, I'll hand this over to you, but it's clear as daylight. You can see the band crew coming at you well out in front.
Thanks, Jerry. And yes, you can see I made a point this morning. I was wondering how good this band crew were going to be, and it's well evident now that they're well up to the result that they showed this morning, and they're well out winning this race. The real battle is for second and third position between St. Michael's, Skibbereen, so as I look up the course, it looks like clearly out in front, BAM, as I say, they've had a great championship. They've won all these sculling events, the singles, the double and the quad, so it's a great achievement by them. Then we have St. Michael's, who are in lane 2 on the far side, and then and Skibbereen in lane 3. So it looks like, so give them a big cheer. It's great. We all want to see tight races, but on the other hand, it's great to see a crew with a commanding lead that has really pushed through the field. So well done, BAM. Great performance. Great performance also by St. Michael's. There's no difficulty in defeat for St. Michael's because they've come up against a really superb crew in BAM. And they're followed by Skibbereen, I believe. Then we have Castleconnell and Clonmel over on this side, and Enniskillen, who are in 4th position, followed by Castleconnell, and followed by Clonmel. Yeah, great victory for BAM. Well done. So we're down to the last final, the last race of the day. It was a long 3 days, but it's been very exciting and very enjoyable 3 days. So we're down now to the big pot, this men's senior 8, and we have 5 crews in this, so we're all looking forward to seeing who comes out on top on this one. So Jerry, over to you to tell us how over the first 1,000 metres at least.
Yes, thank you, Colin. The final race, the 14:55, and it has been a tremendous weekend now as these crews are under starters' orders for the final of the men's senior rates. Lane 1 is empty. There was an entry from Skibbereen UCC. That wasn't declared. So lane 2 is UCD Boat Club, A crew. So they're over on the far side, the A crew from UCD. Beside them is the B crew in lane 3. And then in lane 4, Cork Boat Club, winners of the 4s, of course, this weekend. Lane 5, DUBC, and lane 6 on the near side, the composite University of Limerick, Castleconnell. So we're having the roll call now as we're right up here at the start, and the wind has settled down again now. This is the final race, the men's senior 8s, Championship of Ireland, coming along down to you now. They'll be down in less than 6 minutes. So we're away, and all crews have taken a couple of strokes now as they flash along here, and I'm looking, it's interesting, 3 M-Packers and 2 Philippes. So the 2 M-Packers on the near side, UCD, and Trinity Boat as an M-Packer. But out in front, very little in it. If anything, Cork Boat Club have jumped out to a couple of feet, but they're dead level now. UCD have started to motor here. They have about a canvas moving out already to nearly a quarter of a length, and we've only gone 200 metres on the Cork Boat Club crew. These two will be the 2 favourites, I would guess, here in this race as we move up a little bit now. Trying to keep up with this, the fastest race of the day, the weekend, coming down towards you. Lane 2, University College Dublin. They nearly have a half a length of Cork Boat Club now in the middle of lane 4, who have a 2/3 of a length of DUBC. And then it's back to the second UCD Boat Club and the composite on the near side. Well, let's watch this as we go through 350 metres. It's University College. Now, Cork have settled in. They're not getting away anymore. UCD jumped to half a length off the start, but that's it now. Cork have settled in and not let them go anymore. Coming up towards that first marker, the 500 metre marker. We look at that and we give you the call. So, here we go. Up to the first 500. UCD leading by only a 1/3 of a length from Cork Boat Club. Can Cork Boat Club make history here today and be the first club from Cork to win an outright Senior 8 Men's Championship? Let's see, they're doing a really good job here now. There's about a 1/3 of a length between themselves and UCD. UCD are out in front, they've got about less than half a length, and Cork are putting in a magnificent race here. So UCD leading the way here through 700, rating 38, Cork Boat Club. 2/3 of a length now, possibly rating 38.5. So they're similar rates, and then there's Clearwater back to DUBC, and another link back to the second UCD crew, and another link back to the composite. Let's watch the action out the front. University College Cork, Dublin, by no means are getting away from the Cork Boat Club. Malachi McGlynn in the driver's seat here, a really experienced Cox. This guy will be telling Cork what to do. He'll have it down to a T. He'll have done his studying, and he's holding on to them. They're overlapping still. University College Dublin, the strong favourites. Can they take this one as we approach 800 metres? Men's Senior 8's final, the last race of the day, everybody. Let's watch this now as they charge down towards you. UCD continue to lead now as they do a magnificent push past the 1,000. They've probably taken a couple of men on Cork. Cork need to hang on here. Desperately need to hang on. Here we go. Through the 1,000 metre mark. Cork Boat Club, UCD, a half a length from Cork Boat Club. That's all it is as they go through. And then Clearwater back to DUBC and the other 2 boats. So, we're watching the first 2. We're going to concentrate on that. We've gone 1,100 metres. University College Dublin, a half a length, rating 38. Cork Boat Club, rating 30. I got them at 41. Is there a big push on there? We'll take that again. 38 as well. No. So, both crews at 38, cruising along into the 3rd quarter. University College Dublin. They're just absolutely, I tell you what, they're looking at Cork and they're frightened. They're watching them there. They're not getting away. It's overlap still, but they're 2/3 of a length on the Cork Boat Club crew. I have no doubt Cork will mount a massive challenge at them here over this next 300-400 metres. We've gone about 1,300 metres. watching UCD now, and it's still an overlap. There's still an overlap. Cork Boat Club now, don't let them get to a length, they're saying. As UCD push for the length. Oh, good work from UCD now. They've all of a sudden jumped out. They've jumped out to a length as they rate. Massive push from them going on here. 36 from Cork. They're out to a little bit of clear water now. All of a sudden, unbelievably, UCD just took another half a length. So there's a little bit more breathing space there. University College Dublin have a little bit of clear water. Will they take this men's Senior 8 Championship of Ireland home to Dublin to the Liffey? They're out to a little bit of clear water. They're leading the way here. Cork Boat Club, Malachy McLean, desperately trying to get his boys back on. But it's a length, it's a little more than a length. It's a big ask now as you see them approaching 1,500 metres. We're through the 1,500. It's University College Dublin, a little over a length. From Cork Boat Club, who are beginning to go early. They have to go early. There's no other way to do this. Malachy needs to absolutely get them to go. They have to go for dead here. They're well ahead of DUBC in third, as you can see. But it's University College Dublin. They've about 40 strokes to go to win this championship. This race is getting away from Cork Boat Club, Con. And I'll hand it over very shortly, but it's University College Dublin, about a quarter of a length clear water from Cork Boat Club. That's the 1-2 with DUBC in third. Here we go now as they start to charge for the line with 2:50 to go. University College Dublin leading the way home here, Con. I'll hand it over to you in the tower.
Okay, Jerry, well done. UCD are living up to their favourites tag. They're out there in front. It's theirs to lose. It's over these last 20 strokes. They're powering along there. Cork have put in a great effort. It looks like about a length. So UCD are powering ahead there. It looks like that they're on their way to the winning line. A great effort by Cork. Still pushing very hard. Still overlapping. They're followed by DUBC, followed by the second UCD crew. So, but no doubt who the winners is UCD. So UCD from Cork, from DUBC, and the second UCD crew, B crew, followed by UL Castleconnell. So well done to UCD. You've had a fantastic weekend rowing, and you obviously have a very good program. So well done to all involved. So that completes the racing for today. Thanks very much for coming around and supporting your crew so well. And I would like to thank all the volunteers. Unless anybody, in case nobody gets a chance of saying it later, thanks to the volunteers for all your effort. You couldn't run these championships without all the volunteers. So well done and safe journey home.
that's a wrap. brilliant, fantastic event. I hope you all enjoy it. Thank you for watching and see you hopefully next year. I'm exhausted. Jesus, I'm exhausted.
Alina Cronin, please come to the regatta office. Alina Cronin.
Finish this stream. Thank you very much for watching. That's the wrap. See you next year. Bye bye. Fantastic event. Fantastic. Such a great turnout. Fantastic. I love it.